Hello, if you want to watch exclusive lemon content on What If Naruto, then go to my Boosty. The first link in the description here contains such hot stories for adults, such as What If Naruto was a daddy for Sarada, or Kushina and Mikoto vulgar Naruto mommies. Follow the link and enjoy. I'm waiting for you.
Friendship might have never formed if it wasn't for the blonde-haired one out of the two to initiate the conversation. Hey, you want to spar? Naruto called out to Sasuke. Sasuke turned around. Recently, his elder brother had murdered the entire clan, and he had been having these feelings inside of him, just waiting to come out. The sound of a spar actually sounded quite good to the raven-haired boy as he thought about it. All right, was all Sasuke said as he turned around and got into what he thought was the Uchiha clan taijutsu style. He hadn't actually even been taught it yet, so he was just going off of his memory from seeing his father do it once. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't know what to do. He didn't know his stance, but he knew just standing with his hands by his side wasn't going to be good enough. In the end, the blonde-haired boy decided that he was going to simply copy Sasuke and try his best from there. Naruto didn't have as much patience as the Uchiha, and thus it was he who charged first. As he was running, Naruto pulled back his left hand and planned on punching the living daylights out of Sasuke Uchiha. This was something that Sasuke didn't want to happen, as he knew that getting punched in the face would hurt a lot. As he watched the punch closely, Sasuke waited, and then right when he thought it was the right time, he moved to the side. Naruto's punch only barely managed to skim the t-shirt that Sasuke was wearing. This wasn't good enough in his opinion, though, as he followed it up by turning his body around and attempted to punch Sasuke with his other hand. Sasuke had a similar idea in that punching now would be the right course of action. The timing was so perfect that Naruto and Sasuke's respective fists collided with their intended target at the same time. The duo of aspiring ninja fell down onto the ground after getting hit for the first time. The pain was immense for the two 7-year-olds, but as they slowly got up to their haunches, they shared one look and the fight was back on like Donkey Kong. Naruto surprised Sasuke by charging from a crouch position and managed to tackle him back down to the ground. The scuffle ended with Naruto kneeling on top of Sasuke's stomach. Grinning as he thought he was going to win given the position that he was in, Naruto threw a right punch. What he didn't expect was for Sasuke to catch his wrist and prevent his knuckles connecting with his face. Oh well, guess I'll try the left hand then, Naruto thought to himself before launching his left hand right Sasuke's face. Sasuke, however, had correctly guessed what Naruto was going to do, and in a feat of perception, managed to grab the left wrist of Naruto before it hit him. Now the duo of wannabe shinobi were locked in a stalemate. After a while of the stalemate, Sasuke figured out a way to break it. Using his knee, Sasuke raised it as powerfully as he could and managed to hit the back of Naruto. Naruto grunted at the pain when he felt something collide into his back. It wasn't enough to stop him though, as he was determined to win the fight. Willing his muscles with all of his might, Naruto's hands slowly closed the distance to Sasuke's face and managed to hit him. It wasn't that hard, but it still hurt the 7-year-old Sasuke, as he hadn't ever taken a punch before today. As he didn't like the pain that he was feeling, Sasuke retaliated just like before and kneed Naruto in the back. Naruto realized that he was taking more damage than he was dishing out. Although he hadn't been at the academy long enough to learn strategy, he knew that this wasn't a good thing if he wanted to win the fight. As he leant back, Naruto rested on Sasuke's legs, so he didn't have any room to generate force when kneeing him. Sasuke, meanwhile, started panicking. He didn't know what to do as Naruto had just taken his only offense out of the game. Thankfully for him, though, he saw Naruto wobble in the slightest of movements trying to keep his balance. When he saw this, Sasuke grinned as he saw his chance to turn the tides on the fight. Rolling his hips and using his abdominal muscles whilst also attempting to throw Naruto to the side, Sasuke managed to flip Naruto off of his body. This was done so that both of them kids fighting were on the ground. Realizing what could happen if the other got into the position Naruto was in just a while ago, they both got up as quickly as possible. Sasuke was the first to get up, and he kicked out at Naruto. He didn't have good balance just yet, so he couldn't get the height on the kick that he would have liked, but Sasuke's kick managed to connect with Naruto's thigh. Naruto cried out in pain, but it seemed as if the look on his face turned to one of determination when this happened instead of agony. Naruto, in retaliation, gave his own kick, which connected with Sasuke's thigh. Not wanting to seem weak at the fact that he couldn't take what his opponent, Sasuke applied a determined look to his face before he gave another kick, this time with his other leg. When Naruto tried to return the dick measuring contest, Sasuke managed to break sweet and jump out of the way just in time. Naruto didn't like this one bit because as soon as his foot landed on the ground, he charged after Sasuke, wanting to punch him right in the kisser. This time around, Naruto connected with his haymaker, and it sent Sasuke a few steps back before he managed to correct his feet as he planted his foot down on the ground. Sasuke used the momentum he had and gave a punch back. He too managed to hit the desired target of Naruto's face. It seemed like whatever one did, the other wanted to copy them as Naruto stumbled back a few steps. Seeing this as a good opportunity to do some damage, Sasuke started running towards Naruto. The next punch hit, and unfortunately for the blonde-haired boy, Naruto didn't have the balance to stay on his feet. As he fell on his arse, Naruto had the presence of mind to focus on the fight instead of the pain he was feeling. Sasuke, meanwhile, was in the process of stomping Naruto, but the blonde managed to kick the back of Sasuke's only knee, which was on the ground. This maneuver caused Sasuke to fall to the ground, and he jolted his elbows when he used them as the first point of contact with the ground. As he got up, Naruto got up and stomped right on the lower back of Sasuke. "Ah!" he cried out as the pain from this was worse than any previously inflicted. Seeing that he had elicited a response from Sasuke, Naruto thought that he was on the verge of victory. Jumping in the air, Naruto used his hamstrings, so the first point of contact with whatever was beneath would be his kneecaps. At the last second, Sasuke barely managed to move out of the way, and this caused Naruto to take the full brunt of the shockwaves right at his kneecaps. "Ow!" Naruto complained as he got up off of the ground and rubbed his knees. When he looked up, he saw Sasuke there panting for breath. "I'm really glad that you agreed to spar with me, Sasuke," Naruto said with a big grin on his face. For the first time since the massacre, there was a smile on the face of Sasuke. Admittedly, he didn't think that this would be that fun. The surprise, though, was the fact that Naruto was, as far as he could tell, just as skilled as himself, and that made for a very interesting fight. "Yeah, so am I," Sasuke said as he responded to Naruto's statement. "How about we step it up a notch?" Naruto questioned, to which Sasuke had a look of shock on his face. He thought that they were going at top notch. He didn't think that there was another notch to go to. That being said, if there was another notch to go to, then he would do it. Because after all, how could he kill Itachi if he couldn't even beat Naruto? What Sasuke didn't know was that Naruto was bluffing. He was almost on his last legs, but he wanted to prove that he was capable of hanging with the class best up and coming ninja. After all, how could he become the best if he couldn't beat the best? Just like the start of the fight, Naruto charged head first at Sasuke with his little legs carrying him just that little bit faster thanks to the adrenaline running through his body. Seeing what Naruto was trying to do, Sasuke planned on doing the same thing. He didn't know it, but he didn't think it would be this easy seeing what moves people were doing. Having dodged the attack of Naruto, Sasuke attempted to retaliate, but Naruto had seen this coming. It was all part of his plan, and he quickly followed up with a kick at Sasuke. When that didn't land, he continued on with an elbow and then a knee. Each attack was becoming progressively faster and faster. Dodge and block was what Sasuke had been doing, but there didn't seem to be an end to it as Naruto kept up the relentless pressure. Eventually, the blonde-haired boy managed to crack through the defenses of Sasuke, and he got what he thought was a clean punch right in the nose of Sasuke Uchiha. Said boy panicked immediately right before the impact of the punch. It was on instinct that right as the punch was about to hit, that Sasuke's body did whatever it could to get out of the way of the hit. The prematurely unlocked Sharingan from before during the massacre paved the way for Sasuke to fully unlock the Sharingan with one Tomo in each eye by channeling chakra unintentionally into his eyes, hoping to mitigate the damage. Unfortunately for him, It didn't work as he copped the full brunt of the attack right in the schnoz. Sasuke closed his eyes as he fell to the ground and hit his head on the dirt beneath him. Despite the pain that he was in, Sasuke knew in the depths of his mind that if he didn't get back up right away, there was only going to be more pain coming his way. As he opened up his eyes, Sasuke saw yet another punch coming his way, but somehow it seemed as if time slowed down and he managed to get out of the way. Naruto immediately stopped when he saw this, but not because Sasuke had dodged his attack. There was something else that had taken his attention, and that was the fact that Sasuke's eyes had gone from black to red and black. "What happened to your eyes, Sasuke? They went all weird." Naruto called out, to which Sasuke was confused. He had no idea what had happened to his eyes. It was then that he felt something running down his nose and realized that it was blood. Quickly wiping it off on his sleeve and got back in his stance, ready for the next round. "Nah, I'm spent, and by the looks of things you're too, Sasuke. You should really go over to the water, stop the bleeding, and check your eyes in the water," Naruto said, to which Sasuke nodded. He was grateful for the fight being over, although disappointed at the fact that in his mind he had lost. As he went over to the water, Sasuke held the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers on either side, stopping the blood flow. 3 minutes later, and once he was sure that there was no more blood coming out, Sasuke reached down and splashed some water, getting rid of all the evidence that he ever had a blood nose. Once all of it was gone and the water had stopped rippling, Sasuke got a good, clean look at his reflection on the water's surface. Instantly, the Uchiha knew what Naruto was talking about when his eyes went red. "The Sharingan. I finally unlocked it," Sasuke thought to himself with utter glee. If the smile that was on his face during the fight with Naruto, the one on it afterwards, utterly trounced it. Testing it as he wanted to make sure that he wasn't just seeing things, Sasuke tried his best to take the chakra from his eyes, even though he didn't think he was using any. It took a few goes, but the third time was the charm, and Sasuke's eyes returned back to normal. When he decided to make doubly sure that he had properly activated it, and not just partially, Sasuke tried activating it on his own accord. Like before, it took a few goes as he didn't have much practice with controlling his chakra, but eventually he got it. The grin that was on his face got even larger if that was somehow possible. When he deactivated it this time, he got a bit more proficient at the act, and it only took him 2 tries to get it done. When he turned around, he saw Naruto standing there awkwardly. Deciding that it was probably best if he offered an explanation to the blonde-haired boy, Sasuke went about doing that. "I activated my Sharingan." "What's that?" Naruto curiously questioned. It was at this point that Sasuke realized he couldn't criticize Naruto for asking this question. He probably didn't come from a clan family like he did, and they hadn't been taught it yet at the academy. Certain clans have special abilities passed down from mother to son. Our one is called the Sharingan, and it makes our eyes look like this. As Sasuke said this, he attempted to activate his Sharingan. It showed how he was getting better when he activated it first go, although he only barely managed to get it working for a few seconds. Once that time was up, he noticed it going away and he felt really weak. He remembered hearing from his mom a while back about using too much chakra and how it makes you weak. This is that then, Sasuke thought to himself. "Oh man, I wish I had some super cool thing like that. I'd be so awesome if I did." Sasuke didn't know how to respond when Naruto said this. Instead, there formed an awkward silence for a few minutes before Sasuke spoke up. And this time Sasuke had been thinking about how Naruto had managed to activate his Sharingan. He was under no illusions that if he hadn't accepted this fight, then it wouldn't have happened anytime soon. That was something he was very thankful for and wanted to properly thank the blonde-haired boy for. He also got benefits since he would get a training partner who would be at his level and also provide someone to help keep him motivated. If there was no one he could compare himself to, then he knew that eventually he would become less intense when it came to training. Finally, if all that wasn't enough, Sasuke remembered his mom once upon a time saying that it would be good for him to make some friends. He didn't really want it at the time, but now that she was gone, he wanted to do everything she ever said to him. "Naruto, do you want to train with me after each day we go to the academy?" Sasuke stammered out as this wasn't something that he was used to doing. Naruto became guarded when Sasuke said this, and the raven-haired boy didn't know what was going to happen. Why? Why would you let me train with you? No one's ever nice to me, so why would you be? Naruto questioned out loud. Internally, though, he was really excited as he knew that not only could this be a good chance to become a stronger shinobi, but more importantly, a chance to make friends. He had heard what had happened to Sasuke's family, and whilst he was sad for Sasuke, he was kind of grateful that there were no parents to tell Sasuke who he could and couldn't make friends with. All the other times he had tried to make friends, once their parents found out, they immediately put an end to all potential friendships. I want to thank you for helping me get my Sharingan. Also, with you as my training partner, you can keep me focused and I can keep you focused. The competition can help us grow into better fighters. When he heard this, Naruto grinned. Whilst he knew that Sasuke might have wanted to help him out as a way of saying thanks, the fact that Sasuke said that he would also benefit from the friendship made Naruto sure that Sasuke was genuine. I mean, why do something like that if you're only going to throw it away? It would hurt Sasuke's development as a shinobi just as much. Sure thing, Sasuke. I'll meet you at school, but now I have to go home and get some food. I'm starving. See ya. Naruto responded before he turned around and ran home. There was the biggest possible in the history of humankind smile on the face of Naruto Uzumaki as he ran home, as he had made his first friend as far as he was concerned. The raven-haired Uchiha, for his part, was thinking that maybe having a friend would alleviate some of the loneliness he was feeling. The next day, I hate how everyone gives her anything and everything she could ever want and more. Just because she's the daughter of the late Yondaime Hokage, it doesn't mean that everyone should treat her like Kami-sama. Naruto complained to his new friend Sasuke Uchiha as they sat underneath a tree, eating lunch. The person who Naruto Uzumaki was talking about was none other than Azula Namikaze. He hated everything she represented, but more importantly, he hated how much they looked like carbon copies of one another. The only difference being that she had 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. When he heard this, Sasuke didn't know what to say without sounding like a hypocrite. Ever since the Uchiha massacre, everybody in Konoha had been treating him like a prince. Sure, he didn't ask for it, but he didn't exactly tell them to stop when they kept giving him free things. In the end, he decided the safest thing to say was a simple yeah. It just makes Somi mad how people like her get everything handed to her on a silver platter, while people like me have to struggle for every single thing we get. Naruto said as he clenched his fists into the grass below. He didn't know why, but whenever he put his body on any form of plant life, life always seemed better. They just seemed so full of life and never wilted in the face of danger. It also kind of helped how he somehow had the magic touch when it came to plants. Naruto had a special skill that only he knew about, where plants on the verge of death could be healed to perfect health just by touching them. He didn't want to tell anyone, not even his new friend Sasuke, as it could get out to the masses. There was a real chance that they would do something to him that would make him even more of an outcast than what he already was. I don't even know why everyone hates me. What did I ever do make everyone treat me like trash? I don't get it. Naruto thought to himself as he ran his hands through the blades of grass. Before he could delve any deeper into internal thoughts about how the world wasn't fair, the bell rang, which signified that class was now back in session. With a sigh, Naruto got up from the tree he was resting against. He thought that he was weird for even thinking it, but it seemed as if the roots of the tree were trying to pull him back down, or at least preventing him from leaving. At least I have a friend now to make this a little less unbearable, and I can't wait till we can get started on real training. What Naruto and Sasuke didn't know was that the other was thinking the same thing at the same time. It was the start of a friendship between 2 people that would once again change the shape of the world that they lived in. The only difference between now and then, when it came to Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, was the fact that last time, they were fighting on normal ground. This time around, they were fighting on top of the lake surface. They had only just recently managed to get the hang of water walking 2 weeks ago, but this newfound test for the 2 of them was something that Naruto and Sasuke were determined to master. There were a few occasions where there was the occasional slip up and loss of chakra control on the water surface, and this was a time where the other capitalized. They were both as good as each other, though, so in the end it worked out even. That was the thing. Throughout all of their spars with one another, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto never had a clear-cut winner. Each of them ended with a stalemate where neither could go on. Even when more things got added onto the table like increased speed, power, and even weapons such as training swords, blunt shuriken, and kunai, they were still equals. It was something that pissed both of them off, but they knew that the other wasn't going to become worse, so that meant that they themselves had to become that much better. When Sasuke said having a training partner would push them, he didn't know how right he was. Admittedly, Sasuke knew that he wouldn't have been water walking at the age of 8 years old had it not been for Naruto. He would have learnt leaf floating just like the academy told him to do, and when he completed it first, which he would rest on his laurels thinking he was the best. I think it's time that we go to the next level of our training Naruto. Sasuke commented once they reached the pier. Sure, but what's that? Naruto responded with a confused expression on his face. Well, I want to learn more Uchiha clan techniques. We were the strongest clan in history, so I want to become as strong as that. Sasuke said. Naruto didn't see anything wrong with that apart from the fact that it was unfair that he didn't have a clan to be like. It was then that he got an idea. Alright, but only if I get to go through all your stuff on the Senju clan, Naruto said, and even though he knew he had no authority on this, he hoped that the Uchiha would allow him to anyway. Okay, why though? Sasuke questioned. There was a curious expression on his face. Well, the Uchiha clan had only one other clan which could rival them, and that was the Senju clan. If I want to be really strong, then I have to learn from the best. Sasuke took the comment that the Senju as an insult. Why not just learn from the Uchiha scrolls? Realizing that he could have possibly insulted his friend, Naruto followed up rectifying the situation. I can't learn much from the Uchiha clan since most of your stuff is based on the Sharingan and I don't have it. The Senju clan, however, didn't have as many bloodlines, so all of their stuff is something that a person like me can use. Once Naruto explained his reasoning, Sasuke didn't see a problem with things. Oh, alright then, you can go through our library and you can use anything you find as long as you put it back once you're done with it. Sasuke said in an offhand manner. He actually didn't see anything wrong with it, because if Naruto became weak simply because he didn't have access to stuff, then it would be such a waste for his friend's potential. Yada, Naruto called out with excitement. He couldn't wait to get started on his training. The next day, he was pretty spent from all of the training that he had done earlier in the morning, but Naruto was confident that he could make it throughout the day without any hassle. As he walked into the academy, he saw his friend sitting down next to the window seat. As he took his seat next to Sasuke, he heard a resigned sigh from two girls. Good. They remembered that they can't take my spot just because of some little crush they have on my friend. He remembered the time that they tried to boss him out of his seat. That didn't end well with Sasuke coming to his defense, even though he could have handled the situation himself as far as he was concerned. Alright class, today we're going to begin with some sparring practice. I would like for you to get out of your seats and follow me to the oval. Some of the girls and one guy named Shikamaru complained at this, but they all did what they were told and headed out to the field. Okay class, the first fight will be between Kiba Inuzuka and Akasha Aikido. It wasn't a fair fight. Kiba completely outclassed the girl in every facet of the fight, and it was only half a minute into it that the instructor had to call an end to the fight. The next fight will be between Sasuke Uchiha and Choji Akimichi. Although Choji had training thanks to the fact that he came from clan, the gulf in class between Sasuke Uchiha and himself was just as big as the previous fight. In the previous fight, Kiba took the initiative to start the fight. Sasuke chose not to do that and had decided that the onus was up to his opponent to start the fight. Unfortunately, the rather plump child had issues with injuring people. He had hang-ups on hurting his comrades. Eventually, it took a bit of encouragement from his best friend Shikamaru for Choji to eventually get in the right mood for the fight. In a rather timid fashion, threw a punch aimed at Sasuke's face. This was the first time that Sasuke had sparred someone other than Naruto. To say the least, he was disappointed. The gulf in class between himself and Choji didn't matter all that much in his opinion. What he hated, though, was that his opponent didn't want to be there. Angry that his opponent wasn't taking this seriously, Sasuke dodged the punch at the last second, got inside the guard of Choji, and launched a jab to stomach. The raven-haired Uchiha followed this up with an uppercut to the exact same spot before finishing off the combination move by dropping his elbow on the bent over Choji's neck. He didn't move from the ground. When the teacher saw how just damage Sasuke had just done, he immediately rushed over to see if his student was okay. He was bleeding from the nose, but apart from that, the teacher couldn't see any more damage done. After instructing Choji to hold the bridge of his nose to stem the bleeding, the teacher looked over at one of his students. "Ino, I want you to take Choji to the nurse's office to make sure that there is nothing else wrong." "Okay, sensei," the girl said without question. Said girl was in a state of two minds, though. On one hand, she was sad to see her family friend hurt, but on the other, she had just witnessed her favorite Sasuke-kun doing something really cool. As all of this was happening, Sasuke walked over and stood next to his friend. "That was really boring. I bet that this is only going to be interesting when we fight each other. Even then, I don't see why we can't do it after school, where we can go all out instead of holding back." It was a testament to the friendship between the two, where Sasuke said more than 3 words a sentence. Naruto wholeheartedly agreed with him, though. Yeah, I mean, what's the point of going all out when it only takes a little bit of effort to be the best, in terms of the academy, that is. As far as he was concerned, the training that he did with Sasuke was much harder than what they did at school. This was the same place that was supposed to be preparing for the real world. Just the thought of the fact that had Sasuke not offered to come train with him, then he would be unaware of much better training methods. Next up is Sakura Haruno and Hinata Hyuga. Naruto and Sasuke watched this fight with anticipation. Maybe there was a girl who was actually serious about either going after boys or going after attention. They were solely basing this on the fact that the girl came from one of the prominent clans of Konoha. Unfortunately for them, their hopes were dashed when they saw just how timid and unwilling to fight the girl was. As it turned out, the last fight of the day was Naruto's. When he found out who he would be up against, he grinned. His opponent was none other than Konoha's spoiled princess, Azula Namikaze. Well, that was he referred to her as. Everyone else barring his best friend referred to her as Konoha's princess. With the two of them staring one another down, Azula took this as the chance to make a statement. "I'm going to become the first female Hokage Databayo." Naruto, on the other hand, wondered what the hell that this had to do with him. Instead, he just stared at the girl in front of him with a dumbfounded expression on his face. "Begin the fight." The second that the teacher said this, Naruto sprinted off from where he once stood right at Azula. The blonde-haired girl wasn't prepared for this, as she didn't think anyone would have the gall to hit her, since she was the princess. Naruto didn't have any hang-ups when it came to that, though, and he punched her right in the face. Bumbling back a few steps, Azula tried her best to mitigate the damage and get back into the stance that Ebisu-sensei had taught her. Azula raised her fists up to her head and blocked the next punch with her forearms. Seeing the defense she had, Naruto swept her legs out from underneath her, forcing the girl to land on her back. Thanks to experience fighting Sasuke constantly, he knew a position that was really hard to get out of. Jumping down, Naruto dropped his knee right into the abdomen of his opponent. Said opponent gasped for her breath as the hit winded her. Naruto switched his position, so he mounted Azula with one knee on either side of her hips. Not letting up, Naruto gave a quick jab, which went through the defenses of Azula and connected right with her jaw. The second punch with his stronger right arm was a hook, and thus delivered more power as he incorporated his back and chest muscles into the punch. Azula's arms hit the floor, her eyes rolled up into her head, and her legs went limp. It was obvious to the teacher that Azula, much to his surprise, had gone unconscious without even offering a single punch in defense. As he realized what was happening and Naruto didn't seem like he intended to stop punching the unconscious form of Azula Namikaze. The Chunin Proctor quickly ran over, pushed Naruto off of the girl, and called the fight over. I have to go and deliver Azula to the infirmary. I'm ordering you to go back to your seats and wait for me to arrive, the teacher authoritatively stated to his students. Most of the students nodded at this and headed back to their seats inside the classroom. That was until 6 boys who had seen the damage that Naruto had done to their beloved princess all nodded at one another. Getting up in a group, they all stared directly at Naruto, who was looking the other way. Out of the corner of his eye, Sasuke saw the group of 6 heading towards his friends with looks that he didn't like. Naruto turned around. Hearing the voice of his best friend and that it was serious, Naruto instantly turned around. In all honesty, he wasn't that surprised with what he saw. Walk away, Sasuke. This doesn't concern you, the apparent leader of the group said in an attempt to take control over the situation. Despite the fact that he and Sasuke had been friends for just over a year, Naruto still had insecurities about the fact that friends would leave him. No, you're more than welcome to try and hurt my friend, but the second you attempt to fight him, I will join in and we will hurt you 1,000,000 times more than you could ever hurt us. Sasuke boldly claimed, to which Naruto smiled. Previously, he didn't know what it felt like to have someone watching your back, but he did now, and it was the greatest feeling in the world. The bully was a little put off by this speech, but looked around and saw that he still had his 5 friends beside him. Oh yeah, well we still have the numbers advantage, so we can beat them, he called out. It was then that there was a chant of fight, 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 which one of the kids nearby started. Soon enough, everyone in the class surrounded the 8 ninjas in training in a circle, leaving them to fight in the pit. Sharing a look with his friends, all 6 of them charged at Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke was tempted to use his Sharingan, but then he decided not to. If Naruto was going through this and he didn't have a Sharingan to use, then he wasn't going to be a cop-out and use his. Sasuke Uchiha jumped out of the way of the first attacker. Naruto, on the other hand, merely moved to the side and countered with a punch of his own. Said punch sent him stumbling back a few steps. Naruto didn't any time to react at all though, as the next person came up to hit him. The blonde-haired potential Genin managed to dodge the punch, but unfortunately, he couldn't dodge the final guy's kick. Thankfully for Naruto's sake, this kid did a straightforward toe punt and didn't generate much force at all. Sasuke, meanwhile, after having dodged the first Academy student, punched the second one. As he dodged the third, the first one came up from his side and punched him in the ribs. When Naruto saw the hit that Sasuke took, it made him angry. His best friend didn't have to go through this, and yet he was willing to. This wasn't a spar, this was the first proper fight that they had ever been in, and despite the fact that they were outnumbered, Naruto was determined to come out on top. Remembering what he had just been reading up on using chakra to enhance your taijutsu, Naruto started channeling it into his limbs. As far as he was concerned, they felt really strong, almost like a rock, and yet they were really flexible and fluid. The feeling that he was getting wasn't something that he was going to complain about, and Naruto gave his own kickback to the person who kicked him. The difference, though, was that Naruto also used his hamstrings, glutes, and hip flexor muscles to generate a whole lot more force. The speed in which his whole entire body moved was also faster thanks to the chakra running through his muscles. This meant that when the ankle connected with the hip bone of his enemy, a substantial amount of damage had been done, so much so that he dropped to the ground, clutching at his stomach. Sasuke noticed what Naruto did and how that helped him. In a split second, he decided to do the same. The feeling going throughout his body was euphoric in the sense that he felt as if he was a lot faster, stronger, and even had much better reflexes. As he saw the second attack coming straight for his ribs, Sasuke dodged it and headed for one of the other ninjas in training who wasn't paying 100% attention. This was all Sasuke needed as he gave a powerful punch right into the kid's jaw, which sent him straight to the ground. When one of the other bullies saw the damage that had been done to his friend, he got nervous. That being said, though, what would happen if he backed out now would be far worse than taking a punch or two right now. With that in mind, the ninja to be went to punch Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto, with his muscles incredibly limber like bamboo, and dodged the attack. Springing on his foot, Naruto did a back flip over one of the bullies. As he stood right behind his enemy, Naruto cracked the guy in the back of the head. He fell flat on his face. "One down, 5 to go," Naruto said with a look of the utmost of confidence on his face. Sasuke wasn't happy when he heard this. It meant that Naruto had succeeded him in terms of the time it took to beat his opponents. Seeing this as a competition from now on, Sasuke sped off to his next target and kicked him high up on the arm. The raven-haired Uchiha quickly followed this up with a punch to the face, powerful enough to knock him down to the ground. 2 down, 4 to go, Sasuke said in a bland tone of voice. It was almost as if this was as simple as a run in the park. As this was happening, Naruto had maneuvered himself to a point where he gave one of his opponents an uppercut right into the stomach. With the child bent over his fist, Naruto gave a rather brutal jumping knee kick to his face. There was enough power in the attack that when it connected with the jaw of the enemy, there was a cracking sound and also flung him powerfully to land the back of his head first into the ground. 3 down, 3 to go. It was at this point that the leader of the group of bullies realized just what he had gotten himself into. It was clear to him that if they could win when they had 3 times the people, they wouldn't win now that half of their numbers had been reduced. Thankfully for the bully, it was at this time that the teacher arrived from sending Azula to the infirmary. Much to his shock, when he went into his classroom, none of them were there. Wondering what could have possibly happened, the teacher went back to where he last remembered seeing his students. When he got outside, he found all of them circulating around something. This better not be a fight when I wasn't here to supervise it. They'll have my head for this. What is going on here? The teacher questioned loud enough so that he stopped everything that was going on. When he got a good look at things, he saw that there had indeed been a fight going on. When he saw that it was the pariah of the village, he knew that Naruto had done something wrong. This fight is over. Yoshida, you and your friends, take the injured to the infirmary. I will deal with you 6 later. Once the teacher made sure that this happened, he turned to his other students. Now I will escort all of you back to our classroom. Do not try to start something, or there will be very severe punishments. Do I make myself clear? When the response that he got wasn't the one that he wanted, the teacher made sure to repeat himself until he got the right one. Yes, sensei. Once all of the students were sitting in the classroom, the teacher went to the front of the desk. Naruto and Sasuke, you will be coming with me to the principal's office to sort this out. As he said this, the teacher created a shadow clone to watch over his class whilst he handled the 2 troublemakers. They took their time, but eventually Naruto and Sasuke made their way to the front of the class. As they followed their teacher, they shared a look and knew that despite what would happen, they didn't regret for a second doing what they did. Having seen it in TV shows that he got to watch when passing a store, Naruto offered his hand out in a closed fist. Sasuke didn't know what to make of it until he too remembered something that he had seen a few shinobi in his clan do before their passing. It was at this moment that the fist bump between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha started. With the principal. It's been an honor finalizing the academy curriculum for the next 4 years with you, Hokage-sama, the principal said whilst bowing to the revered old man. Oh, it's not that big of a deal, Kori-senha. The academy isn't changing, so it didn't take that long at all to go through everything, the Hokage said in a jovial fashion. Before the principal could continue on any further, there was a knock on the door. Grumbling as he didn't want to be interrupted with the meeting, the principal looked over to the Hokage. When he saw a nod, the man asked who it was. Sir, it is me, Higurashi. I have 2 students who started a fight with 6 other pupils. I'd like to bring them here for questioning with you, so that we could decide on an appropriate punishment, Higurashi said, to which the principal held his head in his hand. Actually, I'd like to see this if you don't mind me, Hiruzen Sarutobi stated to his subordinate. Admittedly, he didn't want to sort this out, but because the Hokage was here and wanted it to be done, his hands were tied. Okay, then Higurashi, send them in and return to your class. Once everything is sorted out here, I will send these troublesome students back to your class personally. Thank you, Korisama. Right away, Korisama. Higurashi said as he opened the door and sent the two children into the principal's office. When the two kids walked into the room, Hiruzen Sarutobi almost choked on his own spit. Right there in front of him was replica of a young Minato Namikaze. Quickly schooling his features, Sarutobi turned to the principal. It's been great talking to you, Kori-sen. I've just realized other important matters to attend to. Hiruzen called out and disappeared in a shunshin before the principal of the academy could even say goodbye. What none of the people in the room didn't know was that Hiruzen Sarutobi had chosen to remain nearby, although under a jutsu, which none of the people in the room would be able to detect him using. When he was sure that his jutsu was activated, Hiruzen started reminiscing over past decisions that he had made. A lot of them he was not proud to have made, but he thought that in all honesty, every one of them were made with the majority of Konoha's best interests at heart. The same could be said for Azula Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. The first time he found out that Kushina Uzumaki was carrying twins was when she gave birth during the Kyuubi attack. He had no idea that she was carrying two children inside of her until he saw her dying right before her eyes. What was interesting, though, was that when he found out that Minato had split the chakra of the Kyuubi into two halves, he expected each baby to have one of those halves. He didn't expect for Minato to take one to the grave with him and leave the yang chakra for his daughter. This caused a lot of potential headaches, and Hiruzen knew that things would be much easier if Naruto had one half and Azula had the other. It created a whole host of problems. Would Konoha as a whole vindicate the Jinchuriki child, causing her to hate the village and leave? That simply wasn't an option. Would it cause everyone to treat Naruto like shit, causing the son of the Yondaime Hokage to go to a different village and recreate the clan in another village's name? Add to that the possibility of Azula siding with her brother and leaving the village. Hiruzen was a very realistic person. Of course, he wanted for Naruto and Azula to be together with everything being fine and dandy. That though was a pipe dream, and he would be an absolute fool for planning for something to go wrong, which always seemed to happen. There were a whole host of things that could potentially go wrong, and when it came to such a high-profile case, Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't going to take any chances. When he made the decision to separate the two siblings at birth, he admittedly thought that he would be giving both of them the chance to live their lives without any hatred. He didn't expect for Naruto to become a scapegoat because he had the Kyuubi sealed inside of him. Hiruzen quickly tried to put the rumor out, but then someone questioned who the new Kyuubi Jinchuriki was, and the Sandaime Hokage was put in a bind. Eventually, he decided that for the greater good of Azula, who was worth far more to the village than what Naruto ever would, he chose to let the rumor form. The only good thing about this was the fact that everyone thought that Minato had one child. Despite the fact that his son was a carbon copy in terms of looks, no one thought he was related to Minato because of the simple fact that no one thought that the Sandaime Hokage, would do something like this. The worst part out of all of this, though, was the fact that he couldn't interact with a boy because it would raise questions. Those questions would lead to answers that would not be great for Konoha's image. In all honesty, the Sandaime hoped that a time came where Naruto was mature enough to be able to handle the news and hopefully forgive him. If it seemed like Naruto wasn't mature, then he wouldn't reveal who his real parents were. It would be unfortunate for the boy, but he had done worse things for the village he loved. With Naruto and Sasuke unaware as to what was going on surrounding him, Naruto was happy at the fact that he only received 1 week of detention. With the day being a Friday, their detention wasn't scheduled to start until the following Monday. This gave the two shinobi a little bit more free time to train. The good thing, though, was that it was daylight savings, and this meant that there was still enough light outside, so by the time that they went to Sasuke's place, there would be enough time to get a full training session in. I think that we should test our elemental affinities. You need to know yours so you know what to train in, and I don't think that mine is fire. Sasuke said out of the blue, to which Naruto nodded. He wasn't not complaining for a second, as this would open up a whole new range of things that he could train to become a better shinobi at. When they got to Sasuke's house, The duo of aspiring shinobi made their way to the library. Inside the place they found where the chakra paper was located. "All right, here goes nothing," Sasuke said out loud as he channeled chakra into the paper. It turned out that he was both incorrect and correct at the same time. When he thought that fire wasn't his affinity, Sasuke was partially right. As it turned out, the Uchiha clan heir had a disposition to lightning-based techniques, but what surprised him was that his paper started to catch fire after a few seconds. "So, I have a dual affinity. I guess that's a good thing," Sasuke said, and immediately Naruto felt hard done by. It seemed like Sasuke got everything as far as he was concerned. He had the special bloodline, and now he had 2 chakra affinities, which was unheard of for someone so young. Is it too much to ask for something? Naruto questioned internally. He knew that it would take double the effort that to beat Sasuke if he had nothing, and Sasuke had a few shortcuts, and Naruto knew that he wouldn't be able to double his work ethic in comparison to his best friend. Channeling chakra into the paper, Naruto and Sasuke, who was watching with avid interest, were incredibly confused. What they saw wasn't something that they had learned about when they studied chakra affinities. "I take it you're just as confused as me?" Naruto questioned, and he got a nod in response. In his hand was nothing like the diagrams in the books he had read. In his hand was a similar substance to powder, but he knew that it wasn't that. It was too coarse to be a powder, and generally most powders were white. This one was an orangey brown. "Well, this is just great," Naruto lamented in frustration. Eventually, when something good came his way, it seemed like he had to take 2 steps back before making 3 forward. How the hell am I supposed to use this information? As it turned out, that powdery-like substance was not in fact powder like Naruto had first thought. With the substance in his hand, Naruto went over to the nearest person and asked what it was. Luckily for Naruto, he got an answer on his first go. In his hand was sawdust. That only meant one thing. Naruto Uzumaki had the fabled Mokuton last seen possessed by the Shodai, Hokage Hashirama Senju. Strangely enough, the first thought for Naruto Uzumaki wasn't that he had something so rare that it was thought to be extinct. The first thought inside the mind of the blonde-haired boy was that he wasn't Naruto Uzumaki, he was Naruto Senju. If he had the Mokuton bloodline limit, then that meant that he was related to Senju clan. He didn't know how. He didn't particularly care at the moment, because he was happy at the fact that he finally had a family with proof. Ever since he could remember, people had been flinging insults about how he wasn't an Uzumaki and that the Sandaime felt sorry for him and gave that name when he was orphaned at birth. Now Naruto Senju had proof that he belonged to a family, and he couldn't be happier for it. It was then that he realized that if information got out, his life would completely change. Admittedly, he didn't really like Konoha considering the way they treated him, and he knew that if people found out, they would treat him just like they treated Azula, and he didn't like her at all. If they're not around when I'm at my worst, then they don't deserve to be around when I am at my best. As far as he was concerned, the only person who actually cared about him as a person was his best friend Sasuke Uchiha. He was the only person who had tried to befriend Naruto Uzumaki, and that looked like staying true for a long time. Everyone else would suck up to Senju-sama, and he saw enough of that when it came to people interacting with Sasuke that he knew he wanted nothing to do with that. It was at that single moment, before Naruto met back up with his friend, that he decided that he wouldn't reveal his secret. A part of him felt that they didn't deserve to know, as he assumed that Konoha as a whole would try and take credit for his genetics. "So, did you find out what it was?" Sasuke questioned and managed to break Naruto out of his thoughts. "Damn it, don't scare me like that. I forgot that you're starting to learn censor ninjutsu." Naruto immediately responded. There was a look of annoyance on the face of the young Uchiha. "I didn't even need to use that. You look like you were in a different world a second ago. I found out what that stuff was when I used the chakra paper," Naruto said, not having the balls to make eye contact with Sasuke. Curious as to why his friend was acting this way, as he was normally very confident, Sasuke questioned him. "What could be so bad about that made you act like this? You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone." "Well, I just found out is something that will completely change my life once everyone finds out. Despite the fact that this only piqued the curiosity of one Sasuke Uchiha, there were more important things on his mind. He saw the vulnerability in his friend, and if there was one person you could trust to not betray your trust, then it was the Uchiha clan heir. He went through enough of it with Itachi that he didn't want to wish that type of feeling on anyone apart from his elder brother. I promise, I won't tell anyone even a hint. Sasuke even offered his fist out for a bump. Naruto smiled when he saw this offer. I knew I could trust him. Naruto bumped fists with Sasuke before telling him what he learned just recently. I found out the stuff I had in my hand was sawdust. This was all the blonde-haired kid needed to say for Sasuke to understand completely what Naruto was going through. You're right. That would completely change things. All right, let's make a pact that we will be best friends like Madara and Hashirama, but instead we will never let anything get in between us. No jutsu, no other friends, no missions, and most importantly, no girls will ever stop us from being best friends. Sasuke boldly proclaimed in a moment of what he would look back on as madness. If we're keeping this secret, then we have to go the whole way. We can't just half-arse it. Naruto said with a massive smile on his face. In an action that heavily surprised Sasuke, Naruto gave what he thought was the manliest romantic hug. There was no homo involved, just an action to show how much their friendship meant to him. Sasuke returned the hug, but quickly broke it off. We're never doing that again, and don't you dare tell anyone that, Sasuke said with a blush of embarrassment on his face. All right then, just because I'm more comfortable than you are, don't get your panties in a twist, Naruto said, but between the look they had in their eyes, they knew that friendship was worth more than any words could ever describe it to be. Two kids from broken homes come together under unusual circumstances and become the best of friends. It was a story that could write itself. 1 week later. From that point, the friendship between Naruto Senju and Sasuke Uchiha was even tighter, if that was possible. This was so much so that Sasuke even stammered to offer Naruto to come stay over at his place permanently. He knew that Naruto had a tough time making finances meet week to week. He also knew that if the two of them lived together, then it would allow for much easier living when they shared responsibilities. The fact that it would give Naruto an extra 150 Ryo a week on spending money was a godsend for Naruto. He would now be able to buy proper food instead of the cheapest stuff he could find. All right, time to train, Naruto said as he and Sasuke got home from school. The raven-haired Uchiha nodded. I will be reading up on right-on manipulation and attempting that. Which element have you chosen to try first? Well, since your two elements are offensive, I've decided that I'm going to start learning a defensive one first to balance each other out. Naruto replied. Sasuke nodded. He could see how much this would benefit them when it came to fighting. So, you're going to learn Doton, huh? Sasuke questioned, to which Naruto nodded. Yeah, hopefully I can learn it quick enough to get on a water ninjutsu, because being able to use it like the night aim would be really cool. 6 months later. With 6 months having passed since Naruto found out that he had the Mokuton bloodline limit, things couldn't be better. Ever since he had moved in with Sasuke, Naruto had been loving life. Most of his free time outside of training was learning about anything and everything that revolved around his newfound family. Of course, Hashirama Senju was the person who he focused on the most because of the fact that he was the only in the family who previously had the Mokuton. As he read about the man, he found out that he was a health freak in the words of others and loved nature. He also didn't believe in eating something that he didn't grow himself. That was another benefit that Naruto found out reading about his ancestor, was that he had the ability to perfectly grow any type of flower, weed, vegetable, or fruit as long as he had the seeds necessary for it. At the moment, he couldn't do that because he didn't have the necessary skills in the Mokuton chakra, but once he got the hang of it, he was confident he could do the same thing. Plus, Naruto Senju thought that it would be really good being able to live by yourself without having to rely on anyone else. This newfound interest in produce and nature made Naruto interest in cooking past the point of ingesting stuff to stop the hunger pains. He wanted to use the freshest ingredients as according to Hashirama, they were the best for you and the best tasting ones. With Naruto now handed the cooking responsibilities for the two 9-year-olds, it meant that Sasuke had to do something to even out the household chores, and he had decided that his major one would be cleaning the rather large apartment they shared. It also happened to help considering the fact that Naruto quickly found out that Sasuke Uchiha was the biggest neat freak that the world had ever seen. Anything that was even slightly out of place for a second would be put back into its rightful place. The slightest speck of dust would be seen thanks to his Sharingan, and thus gotten rid of. XXX. Class had just finished for the week, and it was now time for Naruto to do the weekly shop. The raven-haired Uchiha thought that he might as well go and see what happened. He knew that eventually there would come a time where he would be able to rely on Naruto for cooking, and thus he would have to fend for himself. On their way out, after having sealed all of the food into special food storage scrolls, which would allow the food to go off, Naruto and Sasuke headed back home before someone speaking through a megaphone caught their attention. Do you want to be bigger, faster, or stronger? Do you want to be overall healthier in your day-to-day life? Well then come on over to Body Subs and check out our range of products. We have a massive sale going on at the moment, so you would be mad not to come over here and at least have a look. As they turned around and saw the guy sprooking, the two ninjas in training shared a look and decided to head over there. When a man saw the two kids come over, he grinned. "Hi there, just go inside and our guys will take care of everything for you." After hearing that, the duo of aspiring shinobi headed inside. "Hey kids, how can I help you today?" "We're academy students and we want to become the best we can be," Sasuke stated, to which the man nodded. "Well, at your age, you should be getting most of your body's requirements from food instead of supplements because your body needs all the extra energy that food provides to grow. That being said, a good mass gainer will give you carbs for energy and also a lot of protein to help you build muscle. They come in many flavors, but most people say that they like chocolate the best." Just by looking at the size of the man and how muscly he was, Naruto and Sasuke were inclined to believe that the man knew what he was talking about. Since you're going to be a ninja, you need to be at your best all day, every day, because you never know when you could go on a mission. A multivitamin will purge everything bad that's in your body, build up your immune system, allow you to stay focused for longer when studying. Naruto and Sasuke looked at one another and agreed that this would be something that they would need. Finally, this is the only other thing that I would recommend for you too, since you're really young. The man said before going over to a shelf and grabbing a container. Protein is the most important thing you can put into your body because it is used to make bones, skin, eyes, heart, intestines, and most importantly, muscle. That is why you need these branched-chain amino acids. Once he saw that he had a nod showing that they understood what he was talking about, the guy continued on. What this does is that breaks down the protein to everything your body needs it for much better. This means that you build muscle faster and you also recover from workouts quicker, allowing you to train more often. I get a flavorless one of these, so you can put this and protein in the same drink to make it easier for yourselves. The second that they heard the second last part about being able to train, more sold Naruto and Sasuke. "All right, we'll take the largest sizes you have of all three," Sasuke stated, and he saw the man's eyes light up. "Sure thing, kids. If there's any problems with them, feel free to come back, and we can swap them for something else," the massively muscled man stated, to which Sasuke nodded. If these things do what he said, they would then, the only time I will be coming back will be to get more of them. The next morning, Naruto didn't really feel all that different after having taken the stuff that they bought the day before when he woke up. After rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, Naruto headed for the toilet. After pulling his pants down his waist a little bit and getting all set, Naruto started peeing into the toilet. He was still half asleep, so it took him a while to realize what was going on. His piss wasn't the normal clear, see-through color it usually was thanks to drinking heaps of water. Instead, thanks to the multivitamin that he took, although he was unaware of it at the time, had turned his wee green. The second that Naruto Senju realized what had happened, he did the only thing he knew. He screamed. "Oh!" Sasuke, who heard this, had previously been blissfully asleep. There was only one time previously when he heard people screaming, so the second he heard it, Sasuke bolted out of bed clad only in his flannel pajama pants and rushed to the sound of the noise. "What's going on?" Sasuke demanded with his two Tomo Sharingan blazing. "My piss is bright green." Naruto, still in hysterics, shouted, not even realizing how nervous Sasuke had been. It took a few seconds for Sasuke to process this information, but once he did, there was only one viable option. He fell on the floor and started laughing hysterically. It was the first time he had shown anything more than a smirk. Once Naruto realized that his friend didn't care one bit about the situation he was in, he had a sour expression on his face. "Glad to know I can become a court jester if being a shinobi doesn't work out," Naruto muttered loud enough for Sasuke to hear. This only sent the raven-haired boy off in another fit of laughter. Naruto knew that if he stayed here, it would only make things worse, so he went to the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Just before it was done, Sasuke came into the kitchen with a smirk on his face. "Don't you dare say anything," Naruto threatened with a scowl on his face. This only seemed to make the smirk become even bigger if it was at all possible. At the academy. Unfortunately for Naruto, the expression on the face of Sasuke did not go away. This was despite the fact that it was already lunchtime and Sasuke had no plans on letting him live it down. Fast forward to sitting down at their spot, Naruto decided that he might as well try something that had been on his mind. He had a tomato seed in his hand. He was trying solely because his best friend's favorite dishes were anything tomato-based. If he managed to have a tomato plant at the academy, then Sasuke would be happy, and if Naruto could make those around him happy, then he would be. As he planted it in the ground and covered it up with the nearby dirt, Naruto poured some water out of his drink bottle onto the ground. After making sure that no one was looking, Naruto started channeling chakra into the ground. Immediately, Naruto noticed the chance as grass started growing around the dirt at a rapid rate. More importantly, though, as far as Naruto was concerned, a stalk started appearing out from the grass. When leaves started to appear, Naruto grinned. Nudging Sasuke with his elbow, Naruto turned his attention back to the ground in front of him. Turning around when his blonde hair nudged him, Sasuke watched how the leaves started off creating buds which developed into flowers and finally finished with a bright red, delicious-looking fruit. All of this happened right in front of his very eyes, and he was amazed by it. There were 2 fruits on the tree, and once he was done, Naruto picked one for each of them. "Cheers," Naruto offered. With time, he would realize that this was something that is only done with drinks, but right now, he couldn't care less. "These are really good," Sasuke commented after having his first bite. "You could easily sell these. I would buy them in a heartbeat," the Uchiha clan member said, licking the jutsus off his lips. "Yes, I definitely made the right decision in getting you to live with me," Sasuke said to himself, and as he said this, he didn't realize that there was a massive grin on the face of Naruto. "Really, you think so? I should probably try other fruits first before doing that." "Why? Cost would be next to nothing, and you could charge a premium price since the quality is so good, meaning that you would be raking it in. And there are certain fruits that are seasonal where you can just grow them whenever you want." "You're right, this could be the start of something great. I just have to finish learning the wood clone jutsu, so that the clone can be doing that, and I can be training or at the academy," Naruto replied, and Sasuke nodded at that. "Can I hang out with you guys?" a bubbly voice questioned to the 2 ninjas in training. When the duo looked up, they noticed that it was none other than Azula Namikaze. "No," Naruto replied in an instant. Shocked when she heard this answer, as she hadn't ever heard someone say no to her, Azula stomped the ground. "What? Why not?" "Well, I thought that you could use some friends. I mean, you only hang out with each other, and only having one friend is pretty bad." The words that came out of Azula's mouth were the first ones that entered her mind. Sasuke looked up at the girl. She honestly thought that she was doing them a favor by allowing them to be her friends? "Go back to your so-called friends who don't like you, and only pretend to so that they can get close to the Yondaime Hokage's daughter. If she's gonna be a bitch to me, then I've got no problem being an absolute meanbag. This was the first time that anyone had ever said anything bad to the princess of Konoha. What did she do? She ran away with tears forming in her eyes, hoping that no one would see her. Neither Sasuke or Naruto felt that what they had done was wrong. As far as they were concerned, they knocked the giant ego of Azula down a peg or two. I needed the toilet, sensei. Naruto called out in the middle of the class. Very well, Naruto. Just make sure you're back in time to get these notes down, as there will be no more copies of them later on. Irika, the new teacher, told a student who nodded. As he made his way down the hall and took the first right, he saw the door to the principal's office open. Wondering what was going on since the door was slightly open, Naruto decided to see if there was anything interesting going on. What are we going to do about team selections for the upcoming graduation, Kori-sama? One of the teachers questioned his boss. Just do what we always do. Pair up the Rookie of the Year with Kunoichi of the Year and the worst performing student. Rookie of the Year is guaranteed to pass the final exam. From what I've read of this class, there aren't going to be many ready-made graduates, so pair the clan kids in one team, and that will be the quota of at least 3 teams for the year. The rest who graduate will get sent back for remedial classes, and if that fails, then they can go and join the conscripts or pay for their tuition and become a civilian. Having heard enough of what he needed to, Naruto quickly went to the toilet and then headed back to his class. With the academy over for yet another day, Naruto and Sasuke were greeted with the presence of Konoha's princess. Hey, I'm Naruto and Sasuke. I'd just like to say sorry for what I said before, Azula said, her eyes still a little bit red from the earlier waterworks. Okay, Naruto said before turning back around with the plans of what he was going to be doing later on. Assuming that the conversation was over, Sasuke turned around as well and started heading home. Wait, Azula screamed. I really want you to be my friends. My dream is to become the first female Hokage, and you guys are really strong. Azula said, and once again the 2 boys didn't like what she had said. We're not just some toy that you can use, and once you get the enjoyment, ditch us and go on to the next person you find. Unlike you, we actually value our friendships, Naruto said to the girl before turning around, leaving the girl standing there in shock. This was the first time that there was someone out there who treated her like an actual person instead of the daughter of the Yondaime Hokage. Now she really wanted to be their friend, and she was being completely honest. The only problem was that she thought that she had screwed it up, lost her chance for some real friends. Hey there, how can I help you today? A would clone of Naruto, Senju questioned to the next in line. Yes, can I just get these thanks? A middle-aged woman said, to which Naruto nodded. Sure thing. So how's your day been today? Naruto questioned, pretending to care about his customer's life under the pretense of giving good customer service. Oh, really busy, and I love whatever it is you do for your apples. If I went to a hospital, they would probably diagnose me with a chronic addiction for any fruit that you sell, the woman said with a massive smile on her face. Ha, thank you for that. It's really nice to know people love the food and aren't just getting it out of necessity, Naruto replied with a beaming smile across his face. The dedication that you have at such an age is amazing. I know you're going to go places, young man. Thank you for your kind words and have a nice day, Naruto said when he was finished counting the prices for the fruit and vegetables that the lady had purchased. You wouldn't be saying that if I wasn't under this hinge, though, would you? Naruto thought to himself. Once word got out around the village that he had beaten up the princess of Konoha during a spar, things only seemed to get worse for the blonde-haired boy. What started off as dislike quickly turned into utter hatred for one Naruto Uzumaki. Anything bad that happened to Azula was a cardinal sin in the eyes of the village hidden in the leaves. They didn't even bother to hide it when he was with his friend, the clan heir of the Uchiha clan. It opened up the eyes of Sasuke to what his friend really went through. It made the Uchiha sick to his stomach, and he hated how justified people felt for abusing his friend. The opinion of Konoha had gone down a lot in his eyes when he compared the treatment they gave to someone they could get something out of like himself, and Azula compared to Naruto, who offered them nothing. After a while, his opinion fell to the same level which Naruto held his of Konoha, not that high at all. As far as Naruto was concerned, there were only two reasons why he was still in the village. He knew that he could just as easily leave Konoha and live off the land, but the education he was getting and the time it allowed him to progress in the ninja arts was too good an offer to refuse at the moment. If things didn't progress, though, then leaving Konoha was definitely getting put on the table for discussion. He didn't want to go to another village because he assumed that once word got out about his Mokuton abilities, he would be target number one. That and the only reason he would be welcomed into their village would be to become a breeding stock to recreate the Senju clan in some other village. He just wanted a place which would treat him as a human being. Nothing more, nothing less. At least he was now financially independent. The boom in his fresh produce business was something that nobody could have expected. Thanks to the Mokuton bloodline limit, it allowed Naruto to create perfect quality produce at next to nothing. At first, Naruto started off selling tomatoes on a small scale a few days after he gave a field test with the tomato seed at the academy. It was also a coincidence that it was at this time that he learned the wood clone jutsu. Making sure that he could use a hinge on top of it, Naruto decided to send it out and see what the people made of a 9-year-old kid selling tomatoes. He didn't have many customers, but everyone saw him as a cute kid trying to make a buck and thus decided to give her business to him. When they realized the quality of the food that he was selling, they kept coming back for more. The first compliment was all Naruto needed to reassure himself that he was doing something that he could rely on as an income. It was this that made Naruto decide to spend all of the money he had made on all different kinds of plant seeds. One thing led to another, with word of mouth being his biggest advertisement, and Naruto Senju had gone from a single tray of tomatoes to renting a store on the main market street, full with every kind of produce one could think of. He even had to increase the amount of wood clones he created on a daily basis to take care of the demand. In the 5 years he had been working as a fruit and veg stall operator, Naruto didn't have a business degree, but he was confident in the fact that he could get a job thanks to the experience he had. The extra money that Naruto had coming in at a fast rate meant that he didn't have to spend his money frugally. He could now afford the best of everything when it came to clothes, training equipment, and anything else his interest caught. This upgrade in attire, amongst other things, made Naruto one of the cuties according to the girls in the class. He was a bad boy not because of the way he acted, although that was a bonus in the eyes of some girls, but because of what their parents had told them. He was the devil's fruit that you're not allowed to touch, but you really, really want to. Sasuke was similar in that he was the hottest student of the class. The only difference was that he wasn't forbidden fruit, and parents of all backgrounds encouraged their kids to hang out with Sasuke. The only person who didn't actively try and be friends with Sasuke was Hinata Hyuga, simply because her father forbade her ever making friends with someone of the Uchiha clan. What Sasuke soon found out, though, was that everyone was willing to be his friend, but no one wanted to be Naruto's friend, or even worse, try and make him choose. There was never even more than half a millisecond for Sasuke to make his choice. He chose the dead last of his class every time. There was actually a heated discussion between the two. When Naruto had dropped the news on how teams were formed, Sasuke immediately offered to be the person to tank his scores. This was where the heated discussion began. Naruto was stating that Sasuke couldn't do this because it would look too suspicious because he was from one of Konoha's founding clans. He had been up at the top of the rankings since the very first class, was something that would be looked into since he had such a promising future. Naruto, on the other hand, came from nothing. He was a kid who by all reports got lucky, scored well on his first test, and had a few good resulting tests. There were many cases where promising kids from broken homes lost the motivation or got caught up in the commotion surrounding their own hype and fell off the radar. There was a very real possibility for Naruto to do just that. He even had a ready-made excuse in how all of the verbal, psychological, and emotional abuse caused him to not try as hard, because he knew that no one would ever change their opinion on him. When he gave that answer to his teacher, Iruka, the man felt two emotions: pity for Naruto because he knew what it was like to have a tough childhood, and he couldn't even begin to imagine what the blonde-haired Jinchuriki was going through. The other was pure, unadulterated rage at Konoha for the fact that due to their prejudice, which he admittedly had joined in before he met the kid, but that was beside the point. It wasn't as if he associated with Naruto outside of the classroom, but once he got to know the boy due to teaching him, he knew that the kid wasn't the QB reincarnated, as some like to say. He was just a quiet boy who kept to himself and only had fun when he was with his best friend Sasuke Uchiha. He didn't deserve the stigma that he had been given. Maybe if people got to see the real him, then they would change their opinions of him. Well, that was one lowly nondescript Chunin Irika Yumino thought of the situation anyway. XXX. No, I don't like either of them. How many times do I have to say to get you to stop saying it? Azula replied, with an embarrassing look on her face. No matter how many times her friend Ino Yamanaka had asked this question, her answer would always be the same. How could you not like Sasuke-kun? I mean, I can kind of get why you don't like Naruto, since he looks so much like your dad and isn't all that strong, but Sasuke is none of that. The pale blonde-haired girl said with an unashamed fangirl stare at her crush. She knew that Naruto looked like an almost carbon copy, and it was a surprise that not as many people commented on it in her opinion. Well, then why do you stare at them so much? Ino questioned in an inquisitive tone of voice. Because there's something about them that's unique. They're not like everybody else who sucks up and tries to kiss my ass. I want to know why that is, and once I find out, then I'll stop being curious about them. Azula said, getting on the defensive about the situation. Uh-huh, so you admit that you're interested in both of them, the Yamanaka girl said with a triumphant grin on her face. That was the closest she was going to get as a confirmation for her best friend. Yes, Azula stated emphatically. It was then that she realized what she had said and how it could be interpreted, but not like that. Azula quickly amended her statement, but she could not stop the giggling coming from Ino. Ino-san, Azula-san, could you please stop your kerfuffling and get serious? This is an important day for everyone in the classroom, as today is the day where you will begin your final test to become a genin and enter the Konoha Defense Force. Once they heard these words, Ino, Azula, and everyone else in the room stopped what they were doing and paid attention to the teacher. The first exercise we will be doing for today will be the written exam. Now I know a lot of you don't want to do this, but it is mandatory. Would you rather do it now and get it out of the way, or do it at the end once you have used all of your energy on everything else? Irika questioned to the kids, and not a single one of them spoke up in favor for the latter. Good. Now here you go. Here are your test papers, and there will be a 45-minute time limit on them. You will not be allowed to talk, there will be no cheating, and if you are caught, you will be immediately disqualified. After having given his ultimatum and seeing the expressions on the students' faces, Mr. Yumino went about handing out the papers and pencils to his students. 45 minutes later. Okay, kids, put down the pencils and finish what you're writing down. If there is anything left out, that is your problem for not completing it on time. He hated being strict with his students, but it was a part of the job. He would much rather be strict to them now than have to attend their funeral a few months later. Leave all of the papers on the desk and head out to the kunai and shuriken ranges where we will be testing still and moving targets. I will be out shortly after having picked up your tests. Irika said, and the students did what they were told. Once they were outside, Irika got his clipboard and called the students one by one out for testing purposes. When it came up to Naruto's turn to try, Irika couldn't help but feel disappointed in the kid. Even though he had no attachment to him outside of being his teacher, he thought that the kid had the potential to go on and be so much greater than what he was showing now. He had the potential to be really great as far as Irika was concerned. At one point, he was tied with the Rookie of the Year Sasuke Uchiha, and then he gave it all away. If only he had continued at it, he could have been an inspiration to kids who had nothing, saying that as long as you put in the hard work, you get everything back in return. He couldn't blame the boy, though, for what he had been through, though. Lesser men he knew would have quit, and it was a testament to the kid's strong will. In the end, Naruto managed to barely get above a passing grade, but yet it was still the worst score out of everyone around. Now it is recess time, so go out and refresh your mind. Just so you know, there will be the ninjutsu portion of the test up next, so if there is any extra studying you need to do, make sure that you do it now. Irika Sensei said to the class, who were glad that the hard part in most children's was the written exam. Eventually, when the 15-minute break was up, Sasuke and the rest of his class headed back inside for some of them what would be their final day at the academy. As I have told you before, today you will be getting tested on the 3 academy ninjutsu, being the hinge, the replacement, and the basic clone jutsu. Failure to correctly use any one of these will disqualify you from becoming a ninja. First up this time around was Naruto. Okay, Naruto, I need you to do a hinge for me. I bet he fails this, haha. The same kid that Naruto had fought several years ago had shouted out much to the class amusement. Naruto, for his part, ignored the personal attack and got down to business. It was pretty damn hard doing something barely right when he was so used to doing it perfectly. For his choice, Naruto had gone the easy route and selected his sensei Irika for the hinge. The ponytail was a bit too long and the scar across the bridge of his nose was a bit small, but apart from that, it was passable. Alright Naruto, you have completed the hinge test. Get to the back of the line so the next person can perform. Naruto offered a smile to show thanks and did what he was told. When it came to Sasuke's time, he applied a small amount of killing intent so that everything in the room went quiet. Wow, Sasuke is going to become something special, I'm sure of it. Irika thought to himself because as far as he was concerned, he was the only one who noticed what the Uchiha had just done. When he used his hinge and transformed into one of the founders of Konoha. Every minute detail was inch perfect, even to the 3 Tomo Sharingan in the eye sockets of Madara Uchiha. Irika could easily see why this was arguably the most feared man in all of history, just from looking at a hinge of him. He hated to think as to what it would be like to meet the real deal. Very well done, Sasuke-san. Please, if you wouldn't mind, can you please get rid of the jutsu and head back to the end of the line? In a cloud of smoke, Madara was gone, and in his place was young Sasuke. Every girl thought that what he had done was really cool. The look on his face. Naruto muttered under his breath with a smirk on his face once Sasuke got behind him. Eventually, it came their turn to do the clone jutsu. Since Naruto was the first to do the hinge, he was also first for the bunshin. It was pretty shoddy, but it was done with enough skill to be passable. Of course, he would have loved to have shown off and done the jutsu perfectly, but that was out of the question. After all the effort he had put into tanking his academic records over the past 4 years, Naruto had gone too far to throw it all away with one display of skill. He could do that once he graduated, but not now. Still, it pissed him off all of the attention Sasuke got when he was just as good. The only jutsu that he did good as far as Irika was concerned was the replacement. It also happened to be widely considered the easiest of the 3, but the man didn't hesitate to compliment Naruto for a job well done. With all of the ninjutsu testing out of the way, it was now time for the taijutsu sparring. Considering the way he had done in his previous tests, he allowed himself some leeway in that he could win his taijutsu spar and still be considered the worst shinobi to graduate. Now class, it's lunchtime, so you have a 45-minute break before we will begin the final test, which is the taijutsu sparring. Once that is completed, you will have another break where you will be still required to stay within the academy grounds. During this time, I will be marking your tests. With that said, Irika allowed his students to leave the room. Naruto, can I speak to you for a second, please? Irika asked the ninja in training. Sure, sensei, Naruto replied, and waited till everyone had left the room. Now, Naruto, we both know your grades have slipped over the years, but if you want to become a genin, then you're going to have to perform a little bit better in your next exam. Irika explained to his underperforming student. Touched by the fact that his sensei cared, or at least was doing his job, and not showing any unfair bias to the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Naruto knew that the next time his teacher went into his store, whatever he bought was going to be free. Don't worry about it, Irika-sensei. My best subject is taijutsu, so there's no need to worry. Naruto replied with a grin. I know. It's just a shame to see all of the potential you had disappear. Okay, scratch that. He's getting 2 free purchases. Thank a lot, Irika-sensei. That means a lot to me, Naruto said before ending the conversation and going back out to lunch. As it turned out, what was supposed to be a 45-minute break turned into an hour-long break. Irika managed to fly through grading all of the papers and now could give headbands out after each fight. First up is Kiba Inuzuka and Akihiro Yamushi. Irika stated, to which the two participants went up to the makeshift arena. The fight was pretty easy to predict because Kiba was the second best when it came to taijutsu. This, combined with his utterly aggressive style, meant that the contest, if you could call it, that was over in under less than 2 minutes. Most of the fights went by with the outcome being pretty predictable. There were a few upsets, but there was nothing that was so great of an upset where the person who was favored to win failed because he didn't show well enough in their test. Eventually, it got to the point where all that was remaining between Irika handing out headbands and officially promoting kids into licensed ninjas was 2 fights. Those 2 fights happened to be Naruto against the Azula's biggest fan/stalker. This was the same person who instigated a fight with Naruto and Sasuke after he decided that Naruto had done the wrong thing. That wrong thing was when a fight. The final fight of the day happened to be none other than the Rookie of the Year going up against the Kunoichi of the Year. It was Azula Namikaze going toe-to-toe with Sasuke Uchiha. It was a match that all of the kids were looking forward to, none more so than Azula. I can't wait to make you fail and drop out of the Ninja Academy. I heard what Irika said before, and if you don't do well, then you fail. Well, I have news for you. I won't let you showcase the limited skills you think you have, he said and charged at Naruto. Naruto, for his part, simply gave a smirk to his opponent. With his right hand down by his side, Naruto started channeling chakra into it. It got to the point where were even blue wisps tinged with a slight brown coming off of his arm. Only Sasuke and Irika knew what Naruto was doing. Azula saw it. She just didn't know what Naruto was doing. Seeing the incoming punch, Naruto dodged that with ease and viciously launched his right arm with all of his strength straight into the jawline of his enemy. The end result was immediate. There was a cracking noise when Naruto's fist connected with the boy's chin. The power of the punch was enough to force him flying onto the ground. This fight is over, Irika immediately announced. He didn't want Naruto to do any more damage with such a power-packed right hook. The second that Irika got over to his student, he noticed that he had a broken jaw. Shino, can you please come over here and escort him to the nurse's office? I can do that, sensei, Shino said and headed over to help out in any way he could. Eventually, as they managed to get the kid up, everyone got to see that he was crying. Quite a few of the kids were laughing at the sight of the self-proclaimed tough man crying. Naruto, I am proud to announce that due to your performance just then, I have no qualms whatsoever in promoting you to the rank of Genin. Here you go, and no matter what, never give up, Irika said as he handed Naruto a headband. There was a massive smile on the face of Naruto as he accepted the sign that he was now a Genin and amongst the military force of Konoha. Thank you, Irika-sensei, Naruto replied before going over to his best friend to celebrate. You were too easy on him, Sasuke commented with a straight face. I guess there's some good still left in me somewhere, haha. Now you've got your fight with Miss Princess, Naruto replied with a grin on his face. This is going to be so boring. I'm going to get nothing out of this. I might as well just give up since I will still be Rookie of the Year, Sasuke said before heading to the arena where Azula was waiting. We both know that you'll at least be getting an erection out of this, Naruto shouted out loud enough for everyone to hear. There was a slight blush of embarrassment on the face of Sasuke, but the raven-haired Uchiha wisely decided not to comment on this. What he was more interested in, though, was the apparent meteoric blush that had appeared on the face of Azula when she heard this. He better not, she screamed back with adrenaline running through her veins. Sasuke rolled his eyes at this. He had no intention of doing anything that would make this situation worse. Fight, Irika called out as he tried to get the attention of the class out of the gutter and onto something that would be very impressive. Azula, embarrassed at what someone had said indirectly about her charge out of the gates. She was intent on stopping any thoughts that Sasuke had about her, which were indecent. As she gave her first punch, Azula didn't expect for it to connect. It would have been nice if it did, but she was not banking on it. When he did indeed dodge the punch, she quickly followed up with a sweeping leg kick, hoping to knock him off of his feet. Sasuke jumped over this and gave a heel kick in return. Azula was quick enough to dodge this attack by dropping her knees and bending her back. As the heel of Sasuke passed over her face, Azula gave a punch with her weaker left hand right into the ankle of Sasuke. It affected his balance, but it was nothing that he couldn't readjust in mid-air before landing on right foot. Seeing the advantage she had, Azula smirked as she rushed forward intent on punishing the underbalanced Sasuke Uchiha. What she didn't expect was for him to continue spinning on his right foot and gather up a lot of momentum. This time round, when he delivered the spinning heel kick, Azula was much too on the front foot to be able to offer up any form of block or dodge. The connection was sweet, and Sasuke delivered his spinning heel kick right into the mush of Azula Namikaze. The blonde-haired girl got sent down to the ground due to the force of the hit, but to her credit, she got back up straight away and seemed even more intent on wiping that look of indifference off of the face of Sasuke Uchiha. How dare he think of me as nothing? I'm going to become the first female Hokage, and that means I have to be really strong. How can I be like that if people don't even think I'm good as a shinobi to take seriously? Azula raged internally at what she saw. I'm going to make you take me seriously if it's the last thing that I do. Azula screamed before she once again engaged in the taijutsu spar. When she heard this, Ino started giggling. On one hand, it was extremely funny seeing her friend who adamantly said that she was not interested in someone say such a sexual innuendo. On the other hand, said person she was saying this about was her husband Sasuke Uchiha. She felt conflicted about the situation, but she was confident in that she would not lose her man. Instead of dodging like he had done all of his previous attacks, Sasuke blocked kick to the ribs by bending down and using his arm to block the attack. She actually has some power behind her hit, Sasuke thought to himself. Every other girl that he had fought was nothing but skin and bone. Seeing this as a sign of improvement, Azula grinned and did not let up for a second. This has gone on far too long with her thinking that she is at my level. It's time to show her just how much of a skill difference there is. As far as Sasuke was concerned, he was helping out the girl. She had an ego, and it needed to realize that there would always be someone out there who was stronger than herself. For the next 5 minutes, Sasuke proceeded to just barely dodge the incoming attacks of Azula. Whatever the blonde-haired girl tried, Sasuke bypassed all of it without even a look of concentration on his face. "Take me seriously," Azula shouted with a frustrated look on her face. Before right now, she had never had a spar with Sasuke. Sure, Sasuke looked better than everyone else in the class, but she thought that that wasn't an issue because she was also better than everyone else. Even during the start of the fight, Azula thought she was fighting on an even level until Sasuke turned up the ante. Now, she couldn't even force Sasuke into making a block. She was getting so frustrated at the fact that all her training seemed to be for nothing and that Sasuke was much closer to the title of Hokage and he wasn't even trying for it. So frustrated, in fact, that nothing was working, Azula even reached in her pocket and threw 2 kunai straight at Sasuke. "Azula, what do you think you're doing? This is a taijutsu spar, and you are therefore disqualified." Iruka roared as he thought that any student, let alone the Kunoichi of the year, would do something so reckless. A lot of the students shouted out as they hated the thoughts of this fight ending. It seemed like there was more that these two were had in their lockers, and it was about to come out. They wanted to see just how good Sasuke and Azula were. Iruka didn't care, though, because they didn't have a duty of care to deal with. If one of these kids got seriously hurt, then there would be hell to pay, and he would be the one paying it. This was despite the fact that it was the Ninja Academy. In recent years, many civilian parents had lobbied for a safer environment for their kids to grow up in, considering the large investment that they were making. The pressure was so high that when a committee of parents complained and threatened to pull their kids out, the loss of potential graduates as well as funding was enough to force the hand of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sure, he was a dictator by profession, but the happiness of his people was paramount to him. As all of this was going on, Sasuke Uchiha and Azula Namikaze were standing, waiting for a decision to be made. It's not as if it's going to make any difference anyway, Iruka-sensei. Azula is too weak for anything she does to affect me, let alone hurt me. While she agreed with the fact that the fight should continue, Azula did not like one bit the way he tried to get his point across. She was not weak, and she couldn't wait for a proper fight so that she could wipe that smug look off of his face. Hey, Iruka-sensei, how about you say that they declare that if anything happens that you are not at fault and they can't do anything to you? Naruto piped up in the hopes of letting this fight continue on. He couldn't wait to see the look on the face of Azula once she realized how completely inferior she was compared to a proper shinobi. When Naruto said this, even the students who hated him completely supported his idea with voracious outbursts to their sensei. They really wanted to see the fight recommence. All right, fine. If you two agree that the academy, myself, and none of the students are responsible for any injuries that might occur, then I will let this battle continue. I will, however, step if I feel the need to, and that will be the end of the fight. Iruka stated to the two genin, who both nodded. As far as Iruka was concerned, they both had made genin due to their performances. Okay, you are now free to use any form of jutsu you know along with weapons, Iruka said, and immediately, Azula, who had regained her breath, went on the offensive. Azula threw 4 kunai and 2 shuriken right at Sasuke. What she followed up next with was something that surprised even Sasuke. Futon de Tapa, wind release, great breakthrough, Azula called out, and she unleashed a huge gust of wind, which greatly increased the potency of the flying instruments of death. Surprised at the well-constructed attack, Sasuke barely dodged the attack with all of his speed. As he sped to the right to evade the incoming attacks, one hand of his started going through hand seals whilst the other one went into his pocket to pick out a kunai. Right on, Denki sure no jutsu, lightning release, electric death, Sasuke called out loudly. Sasuke purposefully threw the kunai at a slow speed. As it was moving through the air, Azula was confident in that she could do what Sasuke had been doing the whole fight. That was only moving enough to dodge the attack, and nothing more. What she didn't expect was that Sasuke had guessed that she would do this. Using the chakra that he had built up with the jutsu, Sasuke made a jab with the hand and pointed his 2 fingers right at the kunai. The electricity moved from his hand and onto the kunai, and this made the metal move at a much faster rate. Naruto, as he watched this, couldn't help but chuckle. As he was from the Uchiha clan, he didn't have access to many lightning jutsus, and thus he had to make a few himself. This was the one that Naruto hated the most, as it was pretty innocuous and easy to underestimate. Seeing the bluish tinge the kunai had now, Azula jumped as fast as she could to the left. Unfortunately for her, the kunai's change of speed was enough so that she couldn't get out of the way in time. The kunai went straight through her orange jacket as well as the black tank top underneath it. It sliced through a little bit of the fat just above her hip, and she screamed out in pain. It was the first time that she had gotten more than a glorified love tap in training, and it was not something that she was used to. This fight is over, Iruka called out as he stood between the 2 genin. Once he made sure that Sasuke knew the fight was over, he rushed over to the side of Azula Namikaze. Before Iruka-sensei could get over to her, Azula had rubbed her eyes and got onto her haunches. Courageously, Azula got up right when Iruka went over to her. "Are you all right, Azula?" Iruka questioned the girl. Azula put on a brave face. "Yeah, I'm fine, Iruka-sensei. I mean, how am I going to become the first female Hokage if I can't handle a little bit of pain?" Azula said, asking a rhetorical question. Iruka's focus was elsewhere, though, as he was busily looking at the cut she had sustained. "I suppose you can't, can you?" Iruka replied with a grin on his face, which Azula responded with one of her own. Now here you go. Here's your headband, Azula, Iruka stated as he pulled one out of his pocket. When he gave it to the girl, he saw the smile grow to almost comical proportions. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Don't worry about it, the teacher said with a small smile on his face. It was moments like these where he knew he loved his job. Of course, there were times where he hated it, but times like this more than made up for it. As he got up from his kneeling position, Iruka walked over to Sasuke Uchiha, who was talking to Naruto. Congratulations, Sasuke, for graduating to the rank of Genin, and as the Rookie of the Year, no less. Here is your headband, Iruka stated formally as he handed the proof of hard work over. Thank you was all that Sasuke said before tying the headband around his head. Later on, as soon as the fight was over and done with, Iruka had given the all-clear to all of those who graduated the all-clear to leave. As the duo of Naruto and Sasuke were spotted walking out, a multitude of parents started commenting about how they hated the fact that the Omen of Destruction was allowed to graduate. They assumed that he would simply bring bad luck to their kids and get them killed. As he walked through this, the blonde-haired boy had a pretty good poker face going on, but even he couldn't let all of the insults pass by over his head. Bearing witness to this firsthand made Sasuke incredibly angry. He could see why his best friend didn't like Konoha one bit. Sasuke himself hated the incredible disparity between how he was treated compared to how Naruto got treated. They were only treating him like this because there was the potential that they could get more out than what they put in for being associated with Sasuke Uchiha, and he hated that more than anything. Putting that in the back of his mind, Sasuke Uchiha had more important things to do right now. He and Naruto had made an agreement that they would get a graduation present for officially becoming shinobi in the eyes of the world. Sasuke's present would be becoming the first person to sign the Falcon summoning contract, which was his father's greatest achievement during the Third Great Shinobi War from Kimobukuro. It was this sole move that made him become the clan head above another competing for the title. Since he was already aligned with the cat contract, he could not sign it, and Itachi chose the crow contract, which they already had stored. Sasuke was the first person since it switched hands to sign it. He couldn't wait to see just how powerful they were and how they could help him become strong. Naruto was in a different boat. He completely respected the fact that Sasuke had the right to sign whichever contract he wanted. Since they were all property of the Uchiha clan, and Naruto being a Senjin no less, he didn't want to force his best friend into a tough situation. Something that he did find out after reading one of the classified jutsu theory scrolls from the Uchiha clan library was that there was a theory related to the summoning jutsu. If you did the jutsu without first signing a contract, then it would send you to the world in which you were most aligned with. When you got there, you had to pass some form of test to become a summoner. Some animal clans even killed you on the spot for trespassing on their home. Despite the threat of almost imminent death, Naruto thought that this was a great idea for him to do. He knew that if he didn't do this, then there would have been no other way of him getting a contract, and as much as he hated to admit it, he didn't want to be left out in comparison to Sasuke. When the smoke dispelled, Naruto found himself in a somewhat familiar area. It was familiar in that he could create similar to this, albeit on a much smaller scale. The only things that he couldn't create were obviously the large skeletons of animals that littered the forest. As soon as he looked around, Naruto found himself staring right into the sight of flying goop headed straight for his face. Not knowing what it was, Naruto quickly dodged to the side. Preparing himself, as he had no idea what was out there, Naruto looked around and was surprised to see a white slug about half the size of one of his legs lying there on the ground. Naruto quickly rotated his head so he knew what he was dealing with, and when he saw the goop, or whatever the hell it was, he noticed just how bad it would be to get hit by it. As it turned out, said goop was actually acid, judging by the fact that the parts of the tree were no longer there anymore. What are you doing here, human? This is the sacred grounds of the Namakuji clan, and we are not afraid to kill on sight. I don't know why I am here, honestly, Naruto exclaimed, putting his hands up to his face, showing disarmament. I just did the summoning jutsu without signing a contract, and it just sent me here, Naruto said. He really didn't want a piss of a summoning clan, because from the pictures that he had seen, they were the size of mansions. So, it sent you to the clan that you're most attuned to. That is nice and all that you are like us, but unfortunately for you, no matter what you do, you will never become a member of our clan. Will you please leave, or you will force me to kill you? The slug said in a voice that didn't change octaves once. Naruto didn't like this answer one bit. What do you mean I can't sign your contract? I mean, if I'm so alike, then what's the reason? You haven't even given me a test for me to pass yet. Naruto replied with a frustrated look on his face. Unlike most other summoning clans, the Namakuji are solely aligned to a human clan. We do not accept summoners from outside of the Senju clan because of our close bond with them. When the slug said this, she thought that it would make the boy sad. It was anything but that. In fact, Naruto gained a smirk on his face. I'm glad you said that, as I have Senju blood in me, Naruto replied, full of confidence. I don't believe you. For all I know, you could be just saying this. What proof do you have to say that you are a part of the Senju clan? Instead of replying, Naruto simply walked over to the tree in which the slug had hit with her acid previously. Channeling chakra into his hand, Naruto repaired the damage which the acid had done to the tree. It was a calculated risk, but Naruto was confident that it would pay off in the end. He was confident that if he asked nicely, they would be happy to not let out as to what his bloodline was. If the Slug family were so aligned with the Senju clan, then having the last Mokuton user must be extremely important to them as far as he was concerned, and they would do a lot to have it amongst their clan. I'm sorry for the way I treated you before. Many times we have people coming here trying to claim that they are a member of the Senju clan to steal our secrets. Would you please follow me so we can meet the clan head? The Slug said to Naruto in an immediate turnaround considering the previous hostility. He didn't like how the Slug was someone who would change their opinion of him as soon as they found out that he had the Mokuton, but he knew that there was no other way for him to be able to join the clan. After all, they were his only connection to the last remaining family member he had, and he wanted to meet her if it was the last thing that he did. Nodding to the Slug, Naruto followed it through the forest to an underground cave. Naruto spotted a few slugs staring at him with curiosity. It got to a point where the slug that was directing Naruto stopped. Katsuyu-sama, I urgently request your presence, please. When she said this, Naruto thought that this meant that he was going to see the boss summon. If he was honest with himself, he was feeling a few nerves about the situation, but he was confident that in the end, everything would work out. Yes, what can I do for you? A slug said, coming out of one of the smaller caves. To Naruto's great surprise, though, this slug was even smaller than the one he first met. He was mightily confused at the moment. This child here reversed summoned himself here and stated that he has Senju blood in him. I see, was all that Katsuyu said. He has the Mokuton, though. The second that the slug said this, everyone in the room went silent. It was then that Naruto realized that Katsuyu could increase and decrease her size at will, because she became the size of a house. Is this true, young child? Katsuyu questioned in a calm tone of voice. Knowing that nothing good would happen with backing out now, Naruto knew he had to go all the way. He did this by placing his hands down on the ground, channeling some chakra, and watched as a tree formed out of the ground. That is very impressive, young child. How would you like to sign our contract? Katsuyu immediately offered. I would love to on one condition, Naruto said, and he waited a while to see what the response to this was. Naruto quickly realized that it was impossible to read the facial expressions of slugs when you considered the fact that they had none. No one in the world knows that I can use the Mokuton. I wanted to stay that way until I'm strong enough to not be forced into doing anything I don't want to because of the Mokuton bloodline. Naruto stated with what he thought was authority. It wasn't. That is something that we can work with, young child. We will not inform anyone about your abilities as you wish. Naruto gave a smile when he heard this. However, I will inform Tsunade Senju as a friend and not as the clan head that she does have some family remaining in the world. Sure, I don't have a problem with that, Naruto said with a smile on his face. He was actually hoping that they would do something so that he could meet her for the first time. For the last 4 years, he had been constantly thinking about what it would be like to meet up with her. She was the only family he had, and for a child orphaned at birth, he was determined to have her in his life. It was then that another slug came out from the same cave, which Katsuyu came from with a scroll on her back. Through the use of chakra, the slug, which looked like a carbon copy of Katsuyu, as far as Naruto was concerned, pulled the scroll off of her back and placed it on the ground. Knowing what was expected of him, Naruto signed his name on the contract with the Senju surname. It was a clear move to show of what he intended to do when he was older. XXX. If one paid attention to the attire of one Naruto Uzumaki, they would notice that there was not any form of Konoha headband on his personage. Sure, he had one, but he honestly didn't feel as if he was a part of the village like everyone else. Instead, he had a pair of black shinobi sandals, white medical gauze tape, which held the hems of his black pants up so that they didn't drag along the floor. For the top half of his body, Naruto had a forest green, long-sleeve kimono top, which had silver linings on the edges. It was also held in place by a silver obi. With Hashirama as his idol, Naruto had even gone to the trouble of growing his vibrant blonde hair out. It looked pretty average at the moment since it was only at the base of his neck, but he knew it would look cool once he waited a couple of years to get it to a full length. Sasuke had the exact same idea when it came to his hair. Long hair was a sign of vitality and power, two traits which he possessed. With Naruto having taken Hashirama as his role model, Sasuke thought that it was only fair and that he could use Madara as his role model. As they were sitting down in the academy for what they thought would be the final time, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha waited with bated breath to see what the team assignments would be. They were confident that all of their hard work would pay off in manipulating the teams to give them what they wanted. After the speech of Iruka Sensei about what it meant to be a Konoha shinobi, the man got down to business in announcing what the teams were going to be. Team 7 is Azula Namikaze, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Your Jonin Sensei will be Kakashi Hitaki. Yay, Kakashi Nezen! Azula called out in utter jubilation. She couldn't wait to be taught by her favorite chronically late ninja. Sasuke didn't mind this when he heard it. Kakashi was the only man with a Sharingan, so he would be able to help him get that final 5% out of his abilities. Naruto, on the other hand, decided that he would wait. As far as this Kakashi was concerned, he was the dead last of the class. For all he knew, this Kakashi person could be nice to Sasuke and Azula whilst being a proper cunt to Naruto. The 3 hours in which it took for their Jonin Sensei to arrive wasn't something that improved the opinion in which Naruto had for Kakashi. The second he walked into the room, he saw that Naruto and Sasuke were talking between one another. Meanwhile, as this was happening, Azula was sitting in her seat, her head rested on the table. The second that she saw that Kakashi was finally here, after what was like forever as far as she was concerned, Azula jumped out of her seat and rushed down to her new sensei. Hey Kakashi Nezen, so you're going to be our sensei, huh? Well, it seems likely. Kakashi replied with a disarming smile on his face as he ruffled the pig-tailed hair of Azula Namikaze. It was then that Kakashi Hitaki turned and looked at his 2 other students. Had it not been for the fact that 95% of his face's real estate was covered up by cloth, Kakashi would have been visibly stunned when he looked at his final student Naruto Uzumaki. The Uzumaki name was something that was known throughout the world, and admittedly, Kakashi hadn't looked much into the fact that he had some kid with said surname. He thought that it was just a coincidence that he had the name Naruto, as it could mean whirlpool. When he saw just what Naruto looked like, though, he was ready to commit murder. Just from when he saw Naruto, he knew that the boy and his sister had been separated at birth. He knew that nothing good would come from him questioning the Hokage about this decision, so Kakashi knew that he might as well get things moving. He hoped that he could get to know Minato Sensei's son. My impression of all of you is, it doesn't matter what I think. Meet me up on the roof of the academy, Kakashi said before using his Shunshined away. Naruto and Sasuke immediately followed by using the exact same jutsu that Kakashi had just used. To say the least, Kakashi was impressed. from the file that he had read on Sasuke. This was an outside possibility, but he never expected for Naruto to be able to perform the Shunshin. By all accounts, Naruto barely passed, and he thought that he was going to be the one who needed the most work. A few minutes later, and Azula eventually made her way up to the roof with a pout on her face. She didn't say anything because she was embarrassed at the fact that she was last to the roof when she thought she would have been first. Okay, to get things out of the way, let's do some introductions. I'll start first. I'm Kakashi Hitaki. I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislikes. My dreams for the future. As for my hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. All he told us is his name. Azula was the first to offer her hand to tell everyone about herself. Scratch that. She was the only one, but that wasn't the point. My name is Azula Namikaze. I love ramen, and I hate mean people. I really want to become the first female Hokage and also make my mom and dad really proud of me. Kakashi, when he heard this dream, was happy. It was the type of kid who hadn't already been jaded by the world. He hoped that Azula still retained that exuberance once she found out just what the world was really like. It was then that Kakashi turned his attention to Sasuke Uchiha, expecting him to pick up Azula left off. Sighing as he wasn't normally a person of many words, Sasuke did the deed. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. There are a lot of things that I don't like, and not many things I do like. My dream, no purpose, is to kill a certain man, and yes, I do have hobbies. The only reason as to why he was comfortable in saying this was because everything he said was things that most of Konoha already knew about him. And if Kakashi got away with saying essentially nothing, he would do it too. I suppose I can't expect anything more from him considering his childhood. Kakashi thought to himself, though he did hope that Sasuke didn't get consumed by the anger and rage. Nothing good would come from it. Eventually, the sensei of Team 7 turned to face Naruto. There was a bit of silence before the blonde-haired boy spoke up. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and no. After that, the Genin promptly didn't say anything more. Hey, that's unfair, Kakashi Nizan. Naruto didn't do his introduction properly. He's supposed to tell us his likes/dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future. Azula was really bummed by this, because she actually did want to know more about her teammates. She hoped that they could be the first proper friends she ever had. Everyone else apart from Ino, she was confident wanted to only be her friend because of her name. She was still not 100% sure about the blonde-haired girl either. If Kakashi gave him a bullshit answer, then so can I. Naruto unapologetically replied back to the girl. Let it be Azula-chan, Kakashi said quickly. He hoped to defuse the situation before it began. Now, I hate to break it to all of you kids, considering you tried so hard to become Genin, but you're not officially Genin yet until you pass the test that the Jonin Sensei has for you. Just as Kakashi expected, at least one of his students was incensed enough by this to audibly protest. That student was none other than Azula Namikaze. What? I thought you were going to be our sensei, Kakashi Nizan. Azula screamed, outraged at this new piece of information. From the reactions that the two boys gave, Kakashi was confident that they would pass simply because they themselves were confident they would pass. Whatever adversity they faced, they knew that they could get through it. He was very impressed with the confidence that the two had, although he hoped that turned didn't over to arrogance, as that was very deadly. All right then, if I were you, I'd get a training ground 7 early, like say 6 a.m. Oh, and also, it's best if you don't eat breakfast, otherwise you'll get sick. As soon as he finished saying this, Kakashi disappeared in smoke to reveal the fact that he had been a shadow clone all of this time. Growling, Azula shouted up to the sky. While she liked Kakashi Nizan a lot, there were definitely times where she hated him. This was one of those times. Once she was done venting her frustrations at the fact that they had been stood up, Azula turned to her potential new teammates to see if they wanted to do some team bonding like going out for ramen. They had already left. Slouching, Azula sat back down on the steps. It was times like these that she truly felt alone. She didn't bother wiping the single tear that fell down her left eye. XXX. Azula was really bored. Kakashi was bored. Azula had been waiting the past 3.5 hours for this bloody exam to start. She was almost even at the point where she would pull out her hair. It was that bad. Even Kakashi was a little cheesed off at the fact that he had to wait half an hour for 2 of his students. Eventually, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at 9:30. They thought that this was a much better time to prepare for. "Where the hell have you two been?" Azula screamed her lungs out at the 2 boys. She was beyond furious and didn't care what their excuse was. She was going to beat them up for making her wait so long. This rung true, especially for the fact that she was really hungry. Kakashi hadn't asked the question yet, but he too was incredibly interested in the answer to that. "I started thinking about some shit that happened in the past, and that I didn't care about the people who got affected by me doing nothing," Naruto smartly replied. He didn't care that the answer he gave was one that went over the top of the head of Azula. There was only one person who he was directing this to, and that was Kakashi. "You be a dick to me, this is what you get," Naruto thought. Sasuke was of a similar opinion in that he did not like one bit the fact that Kakashi was going to be late all of the time. There was a slight narrowing of the eye that was so minor that no one noticed that Kakashi actually did this. That was food for thought at a late date, though, as they now had to make up for lost time and get this started. "Your task for today will be to one of these 2 bells. Those who don't get one will be tied to a wooden beam, and I will eat lunch in front of you." As this sunk in, the stomach of Azula started to grumble. Since he was her pseudo-big brother, she had taken everything he had said at face value and didn't bother looking into it. It was only now she realized that she would be really hungry. "Oh, and by the way, whoever doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy. Test starts now. Come at me with the intent to kill, or otherwise you will simply fail," Kakashi said in an offhand manner, to which Naruto and Sasuke immediately jumped into the trees. Naruto, for his part, thought that failure simply wasn't an option. He had been training very hard for the past 5 years, and a setback like the academy simply wasn't feasible. For him to get to a point where he could make his own decisions, he needed experience in fighting in case anyone came to challenge him. Sasuke was of a similar vein of thought. There was no way he was going to be able to kill Itachi if he didn't get experience in fighting life and death battles. To add to this the thought of the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan getting sent back to the academy would be a massive embarrassment. Azula shared the same sentiment as Sasuke in that it would be ridiculously embarrassing for her to not pass this test. The one thought running through her mind was that she believed her parents would be ashamed to see her fail her graduation test. To disappoint their memories would be the worst kind of betrayal she could ever think of. Naruto and Sasuke shared a look with one another before both launching into the nearby shrubbery. Kakashi, having seen this, already knew what was going to happen in the exam. This left Azula there standing by herself. She didn't mind this, though, as she was ready to pound the face of Kakashi Nizan for making her not eat any breakfast. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Azula shouted out as there was a large cloud of smoke enveloping the training ground. When this dissipated, there were 40 clones of Azula ready and waiting to kick the ass of Kakashi. Unfortunately for her, despite all of the clones that she made, not one of them managed to get close enough to Kakashi to take at least one of those bells. Frustrated at this, Azula followed up that jutsu by making more shadow clones. This time, however, each of them held a kunai in each hand. Once they got the all clear, they threw the kunai, and Azula followed up Wind, a high-powered wind ninjutsu. She didn't twig the fact that if Sasuke had managed to dodge this attack when he saw it head first, then surely it wouldn't work on Kakashi. Much to her surprise, Kakashi didn't move. Instead, he took all the damage head-on. When Azula realized just what she had done, she was about to scream, but before that, Kakashi revealed himself to be a simple shadow clone. "Oh," Azula said with a relieved smile on her face. She really didn't want her big brother. "You should be aware of your surroundings more, Azula-chan," the silver-haired man commented as he came from out of the ground. Before she could react, Azula had already been pulled down into the hole and trapped. I'll get one of those bells from you if it's the last thing I do," Azula screamed out. I'm sure you will, Kakashi said as he bent down on his haunches and ruffled the hair of Azula. It was clear to those that knew Kakashi that he thoroughly enjoyed this. For Naruto and Sasuke who were watching this, they knew that the only way for them to win was to work as a team and hope this was made easier by Kakashi taking it easy on them. I'm going now, Naruto whispered into the radio telecom that they were wearing. Naruto quickly followed this up with going through the hand seals, which Kakashi had used just so recently. As he got closer, Naruto, still underground, used yet another jutsu. The trap that Kakashi had set was admittedly for someone to simply walk over and trigger the net, which was messily buried in the ground. Naruto, being Naruto, however, used some earth manipulation to produce a tiny claw to which appeared between the holes in the net, still buried underground for the briefest of seconds. Said claw quickly and unsuspectingly grabbed the bell, and all of this was done without disturbing the trap that Kakashi had set off. It wouldn't be until a minute and a half later when he looked back would he realize that the bell was now missing. It was far too late by then for Kakashi to trace who had done anything, because when he tried using his sense of smell, nothing came up. Whoever did this was good, far better than a fresh Academy Genin. Kakashi was half tempted to promote whoever did this to a fully fledged Genin on this alone. He knew that it wasn't Azula, because he knew all of her attacks and subtlety was not one of them by any stretch of the imagination. I can't believe that actually worked, Sasuke muttered. He wished for a split second that he had Earth release so he could have done that. Either can I expected something a bit harder, Naruto replied through the telecom they had going. Do you still want me to help out? The blonde-haired boy questioned. Not yet. Let me have a go at getting the final one before we team up, Sasuke said, to which Naruto didn't argue. He knew that it was only fair considering he got his bell all by himself. The raven-haired Uchiha saw Kakashi standing at the trap which hadn't been exposed yet, and he flung multiple kunai and shuriken with precise aim. They would have hit if it wasn't for the replacement jutsu being used by Kakashi. Using the Shunshin no jutsu to great effect, Sasuke rapidly closed the distance from where Kakashi had dodged the instruments of death. Throwing out a punch, Sasuke totally expected for Kakashi to dodge this. That was why when he did, Sasuke didn't hesitate to follow it up with a powerful, albeit slow kick to the ribs. Wondering what he would do when faced in a troublesome situation, Kakashi grabbed a hold of the leg. The raven-haired Uchiha bounced up on his standing leg for a singular bounce before launching into a high kick aimed directly at Kakashi's head. The silver-haired man barely managed to dodge this attack, and it was only as he did a Matrix-esque move that he realized that Sasuke had never been planning on hitting him this entire fight. He was solely going for the bells and placed himself in the perfect position to do that. Once he realized this, Kakashi quickly tried to maneuver his body away from Sasuke while still holding onto his leg. Unfortunately for Kakashi, he underestimated the speed in which Sasuke could move. Channeling chakra into his abs for a faster contraction, Sasuke, who was parallel and also face first to the ground, contracted his abs in a lightning speed, reached out with his left hand and grabbed the final bell. With the bell now secured in his left hand, there was only one reasonable thing left for the Uchiha to do. Gaton, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, Sasuke called out. He had used his right hand to create the jutsu, sucked in a gulp of air, and given the fact that he was very close to Kakashi's private areas, there was very little time to react. He can use one-handed ninjutsu. Just what have they been feeding these kids? Kakashi thought to himself quickly before dropping Sasuke. He only barely managed to save his nuts from getting fried. The same couldn't be said for his pants, though, as there were some small fires that had started which he had to take care of. He didn't want anything indecent showing. The second he looked over where Sasuke was, Kakashi noticed the fact that he was long gone. It was a few minutes later than this when the bell that he had set for the alarm went off. XXX. It was no surprise that given the fact that because Naruto and Sasuke each had a bell, that Azula was the one out of the three who was tied to a post. Said blonde-haired girl didn't even bother looking up from the ground. The second that she saw that both Naruto and Sasuke had a bell, she felt like crying. The thought of going back to the academy was something that was far too embarrassing to even think about. Just when she thought that things couldn't get any worse for herself, they did. Her hunger made itself known again by delivering masses of pain. I'm actually surprised that you managed to gain the bell that I had, Naruto. How did you manage to do it? Kakashi questioned. Nothing that a bit of Doton manipulation can't fix. Naruto replied with a confident smirk on his face. How did Naruto manage to get a bell when I didn't? I mean, he's the dead last, and I am the Kunoichi of the year. Azula complained loudly. If she had access to her hands, she would be running them through her hair in frustration. Never the one to shy down from insulting the person who he hated, Naruto spoke up. The simple fact is that you were never better than me. I purposefully tanked my academy grades the second I found out that the Rookie of the Year is placed on the same team as the dead last. Oh, he's definitely passing, Kakashi thought, not hesitating to come to the decision when he heard what Naruto had done. If it was true, then sacrificing personal achievement and glory for the sake of the team was something that should be rewarded. What? Azula replied, struggling to come to terms with the bombshell that Naruto had just dropped on her. Her memory seemed to come back to her, and she only vaguely remembered Naruto being good when he first came to the academy. She couldn't imagine pretending to be so bad for so long. Is this true, Sasuke? One thing that Kakashi had quickly learned about his potential team was that Naruto and Sasuke were as tight as blood brothers. Tighter than Sasuke was with his biological brother. Sasuke didn't like being put on the spot, but he nonetheless spoke up. Yes, I was going to do it so Naruto could be top, but then we realized that it would be too suspicious for the clan heir to become so bad all of a sudden. Both of the boys are getting promoted, and I suppose Azula can improve her teamwork as they train together. I am happy to say that you two boys are officially Genin, but it is not because you got the bells. He didn't say it, but he was embarrassed that Naruto and Sasuke each managed to get a bell. It was safe to say that he severely underestimated the two and that he had some serious potential on his squad. What do you mean they pass, but not for getting a bell? Azula demanded an answer. If there was any chance of her being able to pass, then she had to know what it was. The shame of being the child of Minato Namikaze and not passing the graduation exam was too much to bear. They were both willing to sacrifice personal gain for the sake of the team. There was a famous saying by your father Azula-chan that illustrates this point to perfection. Kakashi stated, and when Naruto and Sasuke shared a fist bump, he smiled. Just from that, he knew that this team would be much better than his team was. The needs of the many outweigh those of the few or the one, Kakashi said, and let this pause as he felt that it was vital for his students. Being a Konoha shinobi isn't about fame, money, or prestige. It's about doing what's best not for yourself, but for the village you vowed to protect when you took the oath. Kakashi would be the first to admit that he wasn't the most extroverted person, but he felt that saying this to his students would be worth it for their development as shinobi. And I showed none of that, Azula realized out loud. The haunting realization that she was going to be back at the academy started coming thick and fast. Don't worry, I bet you will be promoted because you're the daughter of the Yondaime Hokage, and not because you actually earned it like everyone else. Knowing a snide comment when he saw one, Kakashi quickly stepped in to make sure that nothing eventuated to damage the team morale. Actually, she is getting promoted because of her personality and not because of who her father is. When you get to know her, which you will find out that she's a selfless person who is willing to absolutely anything for Konoha and, more importantly, those that are close to her. Kakashi replied. The instant he said this, the head of Azula rocketed up from looking down at the ground so fast that one would think she gave herself whiplash. TT, thank you, Kakashi-Nizen. Azula replied with a heartfelt response. There's only one final thing that I want to tell you three before I officially become your Jonin sensei, and you three become fully fledged Genin. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash. That's true. but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Now let's go and get something to eat, my treat. Kakashi offered to all of his students, and not one of them said no. With Katsuyu having made her way through the town her friend was staying at, the leader of the Slug clan headed toward Tsunade. When she got to the door of the hotel that she was staying in, she shot out a batch of acid, not caring what happened to the door. After waiting a few seconds, Katsuyu made her way into the apartment. "Lady Tsunade, we need to talk," the Slug stated as she motioned over the bed. Unfortunately, the blonde-haired woman didn't wake up to this attempt. Crawling over to the mouth of Tsunade, the Slug released a rather potent stench from her orifices. Said smell was enough to wake the blonde-haired woman up. "What is that horrible smell?" Tsunade muttered to her barely coherent self. Opening her eyes, the Senju woman noticed that Katsuyu was sitting right on top of her. Knowing that this would never happen unless it was of the utmost importance, Tsunade's brain kicked into gear and properly woke itself up. "Katsuyu-sama, it's nice to see you again," Tsunade replied in a business tone of voice. "We need to talk, Lady Tsunade," the Slug once again said. Dread built up in the back of Tsunade's mind. As far as she was concerned, there was nothing good which would come from having this conversation, whatever it was about. Seeing the look on the face of her partner in crime, Katsuyu decided to cut to the chase. "There's a new summoner signed to our contract." "No," Tsunade flat out refused to believe that. As far as she was concerned, and she had long come to the deflating conclusion that she was the last of her clan and nothing would change that. Knowing that this would happen considering all of the other things that had happened in the life of her summoner, Katsuyu was unfazed. "You know that I would never come and tell you something like that, Tsunade-sama, without it being true." Indeed, she did know. Apart from Jiraiya, Katsuyu was the only other person who was always there in her time of need, and she knew that Katsuyu always had her best interests at heart. "Tell me everything about them," Tsunade demanded. Despite the tone that it came across in, she didn't mean for it to sound as harsh as it did. Katsuyu didn't care, though. She was more happy at the fact that Tsunade had emotion on this topic. The thought of her being indifferent was something that greatly worried the Slug. It meant that she had truly and utterly given up. "He actually looks quite a lot like you, Tsunade-sama. He just became a genin at age 12. He has shaggy blonde hair which goes down to his neck, blue eyes that are as bright as can be, and he has a very angular face. He was wearing baggy clothing, so I can't be certain, but I think he is very serious about his abilities as a shinobi, something that you could learn to remember," Katsuyu stated. Ignoring the barb sent her way, Tsunade wanted to know more about him. "What is he like as a ninja?" "Don't let him know this, but he has that special something Hashirama, Tobirama, and you, to a lesser extent, had as kids. I truly believe that he has the potential to be at a low Kaga level, and that is only in a couple of years' time. If he is given enough time, I can see him being on par with Hashirama," Katsuyu stated with her voice never changing. She was completely confident in this prediction. That a very big claim to make, but Katsuyu would never make that without believing it herself. So the kid's got a lot of talent. It's too bad that it will probably be cut down before he can ever reach that potential. Despite how much of a cunt she was being at the moment, Tsunade did not wish this on the kid at all. She was just speaking from personal experience. "There's one final thing that I came to tell you, Tsunade. This child is an orphan kid with no one. He looks up to you a lot. It would be a shame if he met the person you have become compared to the person I know you are capable of being." After he was done taking his students out for lunch, Kakashi made his way over to the Hokage's tower. He had a mission report to give in front of a few of his peers. "Finally, we can get this meeting started," one of the jonin in the room said when they saw that Kakashi had entered the room. He didn't particularly like having to wait for the famed copy ninja. When he became one of the youngest ANBU captains in history, as well as Konoha's best shinobi on active duty, then he could be as late as he wanted. Eventually, when it got to Kakashi's turn to speak up about his team, Irika became nervous. He more than anyone knew that Kakashi didn't like genin going by the rate in which they returned to the academy. He really hoped that Naruto would manage to graduate, as he could see a lot of himself in the kid. Meanwhile, as this was happening, there were multiple people placing bets on the outcome of what happened to Kakashi's students. On one hand, there was the fact that at the past 7 teams he has had, he failed all of them. On the other hand, he never had his sensei's daughter and the last Uchiha on those teams. One person even put 100 Ryo on Kakashi, sending back yet another team. Kakashi idly assumed that he wouldn't be too happy if he found out that Kakashi had been ordered to pass this team no matter what. Team 7 passed, and both bells were taken. For those in the audience who knew of the bell test, they were surprised at this. Hiruzen, for his part, hadn't even bothered to lift his head up until he heard this information. What, they got the bells of Kakashi? It must have been Azula-sama and the Uchiha kid who did. Even still, there's no way that Kakashi was actually trying. No genin can be that skilled. Another man responded. Duis blind Kakashi. The Sandaime Hokage ordered. He was in no mood for games, considering all of the work that he still had to do. Kakashi didn't feel like doing that, however. It amazes me how much friends are willing to do for one another. It was no surprise that when Kakashi said this, no one had a clue as to what he meant. Seeing that there was silence and all of the attention was on him, Kakashi continued on. It would seem that one of my students overheard the processes when it came to team selections and purposefully altered his exam scores so that he could be on a team with his friend. This time around, there was one person who managed to catch on to what Kakashi was saying. This was none other than Irika Yumino. The smile that formed on the man's face when he heard went from nothing to full-blown face splitting. Surely you can't be suggesting that the dead last was actually good? To be able to pull off something like that would be Chunin, borderline Jonin level infiltration skills in maintaining an act where none of the academy senseis noticed anything. When it was put like that, Irika did get a bit deflated at the fact that he didn't spot Naruto tanking, but he didn't exactly care. He was far too pleased at the fact that Naruto continued putting in the hard work to be a role model for all orphan kids. Kakashi smiled with his lone visible eye. Yeah, that's about right. Even the Sandaime Hokage, when he heard this, found it hard to believe. Naruto could easily have been the rookie of the year. He was just unlucky that Sasuke happened to be in that spot this year. Are you saying that he's better than the daughter of our late, great Yondaime-sama? One man questioned who found it hard to believe that some no-name orphan kid was a better shinobi than one born into royalty. When Kakashi didn't answer, they took the silence as that no, Naruto wasn't as good as his sister. What they didn't know was just how good Sasuke had been during his fight. Kakashi was absolutely confident in that if Sasuke was that good, then Naruto would be just as good or slightly worse since they trained together. When everything was done and Hiruzen dismissed all of his Jonin senseis, one stayed behind. Minato sensei would be rolling in his grave right now because of you. It's not as if he can come back and haunt me from the death god's stomach now, is it? Hearing the tone of voice and the lack of care made Kakashi absolutely furious. As much as he wanted to go over there and punch the Hokage in the face, Kakashi knew that even if he did manage to connect with the hit, nothing good would come from it, and he would also lose the chance to become close to Naruto. XXX. Shizen was literally distraught. For the first time in a long time, Lady Tsunade had not touched a shred of alcohol the whole entire day. For the past day and a half, she had been busily trying to work out what it was that had caused this change in attitude from her sensei. All of that had been for naught, though, as she had not come up with a single plausible explanation for all of this. If the lack of alcohol consumption was bad enough, the fact that Tsunade had barely said a word ever since she had woken up yesterday morning troubled Shizen to no end. "Tsunade-sama, is everything all right?" the concerned Meta questioned. Turning her head to face her student, the blonde-haired woman casually dismissed her. "I've just got a few things on my mind at the moment, Shizen," Tsunade replied. Being the persistent woman she was, Shizen didn't take this as the end of the conversation. "Is there anything I can help you with?" For the longest period of time, Tsunade didn't say anything. 5 minutes later, and she finally spoke up. I recently found out that there is a new summoner on the slug summoning contract. Shizen didn't know why this was such a big deal. Does this mean that they're trying to replace you? The black-haired student questioned. It was right now that Tsunade realized that she had never told Shizen about the specifics of the slug summoning contract. No, the slugs only ever allow someone from the Senju clan to sign the contract. But I thought they were all. That's great news, Tsunade-sama. Shizen said with a massive smile on her face. This means that you have family out there. Don't you think that I haven't thought about that already? The blonde-haired woman said in a rather harsh tone of voice. Due to the fact that Tsunade was going through a lot at the moment, Shizen let it slide under the carpet. Then what seems to be the issue, then, Tsunade-sama? The problem is that I don't know what to do. There was an audible sigh after Tsunade said this. Isn't it obvious, Lady Tsunade? You go and meet them. Show them that they have family out there. It was a bit presumptuous to think that the kid was an orphan, but given the nature of being a shinobi, it was a realistic thought path. He probably has this high opinion of me, and I don't want his opinion of me to be tossed into the gutter. Just don't show him that then. Become the person you once were. If you don't, then you're not only throwing your life away, but you're also harming his. Family is the most important thing in life, and if he has none, then you need to be there for him. If you have to, think of it as your duty as clan head and not because you're afraid of commitment. I am not afraid of commitment. Tsunade immediately responded on the defensive. Then what happened when Drea-sama begged for you to stay with him, and you instead chose to abandon Konoha and become a wandering ninja not affiliated with any village? Shizen actually felt good to say this because after all of the times where Tsunade was the one saying harsh things, she finally got to be the one saying them. That's because Jiraiya is a raging pervert, not because I'm afraid of commitment. Tsunade quickly denied, too quickly for Shizen's liking. We both know that that isn't how it went. You didn't want him to get close to you after what happened to both Dan and Nawaki. When Shizen expected a rebuttal and didn't get one, she was surprised. The blonde-haired woman didn't say anything for a good 5 minutes. What do you think I should do, Shizen? Tsunade questioned. It was times like these where Tsunade let her vulnerable side out. The only other person in the world that she would even consider showing it to was Jiraiya, but he was not around. There was a big smile on the face of Shizen when she heard this. I think that you should get back into training properly. I can remember you saying that you had been really jealous watching Orochimaru and Jiraiya use their Sage Mode abilities when you couldn't get the hang of yours. Also, you haven't exactly been keeping up with your taijutsu training, have you, Tsunade-sama? When she heard that final comment, there was a look to the eyes of Tsunade. Shizen, what do you mean by that comment? Tsunade questioned, daring the girl to respond. In a bout of courage, Shizen did just that. You've put on a fair bit of weight, Tsunade-sama, since we did my evasion practice. All you do nowadays, if we get into a situation, is rely on your super strength. As she heard Tsunade say this, the Senju woman knew that this was true. Just from feeling her body, she knew just how far off her prime she was. That was more of a sign of aging than her henge jutsu ever was as far as Tsunade was concerned. You're right, Shizen. It's high time I get back to being the shinobi that made me essentially flee on sight during the war with Suna. Shizen was giddy when she had heard this. For the first time since they had left Konoha, the black-haired woman felt that she was getting her sensei back. XXX. For the first time since forever, Sasuke found himself sitting alone with Azula. Naruto had gone to have a look at his business firsthand, and Kakashi simply wasn't around. It left the two teammates to have the first proper conversation, if they so choose to. Azula, being Azula, wasn't going to turn down this chance. Sasuke, why do you hate me? I mean, I know why Naruto does, because he comes from a less privileged background, but why do you hate me? You come from just as good a background as I do. Azula quietly questioned. Whenever she had asked before, she got a frosty response. She hoped that asking nicer would help her out. What Sasuke responded with was something that surprised her. I don't hate you. There was a look of indifference on his face when he said this, though. Yes, you do. You're always calling me names, blocking all attempts when I try to become your friends, and you're always trying to make me feel like crap. Let not be said that Azula Namikaze was afraid of confrontation. If you actually paid attention, you would realize that all of those things were said by Naruto and not me. Throughout all of this, the book that Sasuke Uchiha was reading was more important than the conversation with Azula, as far as he was concerned. As she went back on memories, Azula realized that he was right. Apart from a comment once, Sasuke had never said anything bad to her. This only begged the question, though. So why are you so against being my friend then, Sasuke? Because Naruto doesn't like you, Sasuke said without raising his head from the fictional book he was reading. What's so just because Naruto doesn't like me means that I can't be your friend? When he heard this, Sasuke raised an eyebrow. She wanted to be his friend, not wanting him to be her friend. Sasuke realized that she was actually serious about this. Naruto is my best friend. I don't want to ruin a friendship that has been going for 5 years because of some other potential friendship that probably won't last long considering all of your other friends. It was only now that Azula realized what true friendship was. To see just how far Sasuke was willing to go for Naruto made her wish that she had someone she would do that for. Azula knew that she would trade all of them to be able to have a friend she could put all of her trust and faith in and not get it betrayed. The closest person she could think of to this was Ino, and she hoped that she could develop that level of friendship. The truth is I don't really care enough about you to be your friend or to hate you. You don't even come up on my radar. It was refreshing to hear this for Azula. She had heard lots of things in her rather short life, but this was something that she hadn't heard before. If anything, having this conversation with Sasuke made her want to become friends with the boy and find out even more about him. He was kind of cute also. XXX. Having barely passed our test, Sasuke, it is now time to begin your training as a shinobi with the Hayabusa clan. If there was one thing that Sasuke Uchiha didn't like hearing, it was that he barely passed something. He was the type of person who always excelled in what he did, whether it be shinobi related or even his hobbies outside of work. When he only barely passed the test, Sasuke got annoyed. He thought that having an elemental affinity to 2 elements, but apparently the Falcon clan only cared about how strong his affinity to the ration element was. They didn't care about how good his chakra control was if his natural chakra reserves weren't high enough. There were some things that you couldn't teach, and that was exactly what the Hayabusa clan were looking for. They didn't just want hard work. That was the standard. Anyone could give a good work ethic. They were looking for those once-in-a-generation shinobi who went on to become truly great. What the Uchiha didn't know was that they said this to every single shinobi who signed their summoning contract as a way of pushing them further. As far as they were concerned, he was the most complete shinobi that they had ever seen in terms of when they signed the contract. This wasn't even including the fact that he had a fully developed Sharingan. There was every hope that their clan could rise to power with the second coming of Madara Uchiha as their representative in the human realm. Ever since the betrayal of the Yatsuki clan, the Falcons have been looking for someone new to represent them, and they couldn't be happier at what they got in Sasuke. We will teach you a few jutsus, but the primary focus of this training will be to prepare your body for what our clan specializes in. Sasuke merely nodded at this. Doing this would be much better for the future of Sasuke as a shinobi, and he was more than willing to be able to learn the prized jutsus of the Falcon clan as soon as possible. Be prepared, as this will be the most brutal training that you have ever done and will ever do. The only response that Sasuke Uchiha gave was a smirk. He was confident that if he put in the hard yards, then he was going to get every bit and more in return. XXX. Unlike the testing procedures that Sasuke had to go through, Naruto didn't have to do any of that. Instead, he simply had to summon a slug, let it know that he wanted to be reverse summoned to their world for training, and that was that. He even got private lessons from the clan leader Katsu, whereas Sasuke had to learn the basics from one of the lower members of the clan. Good afternoon, Naruto-kun, Katsuyu stated to the blonde-haired boy. Good afternoon to you, to Katsu-san. Naruto replied with a slight bow. After hearing how demanding the Hayabusa clan was with Sasuke, Naruto realized that he had it slightly easier than his friend and wanted to show his gratitude for that. Naruto-kun, as you may be aware, summoning clans each have their own skill set which they pass down to their respective ninjas as a trademark. We are no different, and despite the fact that you have the Mokuton bloodline limit, we expect you to learn this new style of jutsu as a priority, Katsuyu stated to the blonde-haired genin. If he was honest with himself, Naruto was a little bummed when he heard this. He hoped that they could focus working on his Mokuton since he hadn't done much with it so far. All of the information he had on it was only what the Uchiha clan, and that made it damn hard for Naruto to recreate jutsus from scratch. Now Naruto, what do you know about medical ninjutsu? Katsuyu questioned. All I know about it is that it takes a lot of chakra control to learn, and you have to study a lot about the human body for it. Also, the benefit of being able to save someone's life rather than kill them, like so many other ninjutsus, is good. Tsunade-sama and Hashirama-sama are both highly respected because of this ability, though, and hopefully I can become half as good as them. Katsuyu smiled. That is the perfect answer, Naruto-kun. Many people look down on shinobis who specialize in medical ninjutsu because they're not as proficient in killing. This is until they become injured themselves and require the help of a medic. One of the only things in life that I dislike is people who look down upon medical ninjutsu. Naruto, for his part, when he heard this, was shocked. He didn't know that there was such a stereotype that actually existed. It was at that point that Naruto also decided that he too didn't like people who look down on the medical profession. Now, unlike other branches of jutsus, this and Fuinjutsu are the only ones where you have to do extensive study before you can even learn the most basic of jutsus under the jutsu tree. Here is a scroll that has been written personally by Tsunade-sama. In it, it is all you need to know and more for learning the basic diagnostic jutsu. Katsuyu stated as she produced a scroll from only God knows where. Realizing that he was getting something from his only living family member, Naruto was extremely touched. He promised himself that he would treasure the scroll and do Tsunade proud by learning everything as soon as possible. As she saw the look of determination on the face of Naruto, Katsuyu smiled. She couldn't believe what a few days had done to her clan. It had gone from being a bottom feeder with no turnaround in sight to having their famed summoner become serious once more and also gain the prodigy of all prodigies as far as she was concerned. Katsuyu knew that give a few years' time, the Namakuji clan would be back up amongst the top of the summoning clans. XXX. She had to admit this training that she had been doing was making her feel better than ever. This also may have been down to the fact that she had gone cold turkey on alcohol since she decided to become serious about her training. The most notable thing that one with extensive knowledge on the woman could tell was that gone was the flabby stomach and massive boobs filled with fat. She was a couple sizes smaller, and her boobs had gone to their natural D-cup size. She could now wear proper-fitting training bras, and she loved it. She could just imagine the look on the face of Jiraiya once he realized that her boobs had gotten smaller. She supposed, though, that he would let that slide considering the fact how overall shredded her body looked. The place where she had put on the most muscle was in her glutes over the past 4 months. She wondered whether the pervert would go from staring at her boobs to her ass once he saw how much she had changed. Knowing him, he would just stare at both. One thing she was happy about her own appearance was the amount of fat she had lost. The muscles in her arms, legs, and even her abs were now slightly poking out from underneath the fat. This was in comparison to before where she had no muscle whatsoever due to atrophy over the years when she was relying on her chakra-enhanced strength. She lost a dress size, but even if she put on 2, Tsunade felt 1,000,000 times better than 4 months ago. Another thing that had drastically improved over the time was her chakra reserves. Since she had not needed to use a large portion of it during her extended break of being an active shinobi, Tsunade's chakra reserves had decreased with chakra atrophy. That was a moot point now, as Tsunade had been practicing hard with her chakra as she incorporated in her training, and she was finally seeing results. It had taken 4 months, But Tsunade was confident in saying that she was now back to the point where she had been during the Third Great Shinobi War. The lone thought in the back of the mind of Tsunade was that maybe it was time for her to go back to the Shikatsu forest. With the seriousness she was putting into her training now being much higher than what it was when she previously tried, Tsunade was confident that she could learn at least a bastardized version of Sage Mode like her teammate. XXX. Kakashi, I have a mission for you, Hiruzen stated to the copy ninja. As he heard this, Kakashi knew that he didn't have a choice but to go said mission. So what's happening with my Genin? They will be taking deranked missions whilst you are away on your mission. Hiruzen replied, not taking his eyes off of the paperwork in front of him. Seeing that it was now time to go, Kakashi made his way to where his students will be waiting for him. XXX. As the trio of shinobi made their way through the Hokage Tower to the mission room, they wondered what type of mission they were going to get. All three of them really hoped that it wasn't another mission of catching Tora the cat. This was despite the fact that Team 7 had acquired the record for the fastest ever time to complete the mission. They felt that it was finally time for a mission where they did something that wasn't trivial and meaningless. It was just their luck that the trio of shinobi happened to get a deranked mission outside of the village. There was a farmer who had a problem with some animal eating his crops. They weren't complaining, as at least this meant that they could finally leave the village for the first time. Sasuke wasn't too concerned with this, but both Naruto and Azula couldn't wait. They wanted to see what life was like outside of Konoha. With a mission scroll in Sasuke's hand, the trio of Genin shinobi headed to their respective homes so that they could prepare for the mission. Both Sasuke and Naruto realized that they shouldn't be going on this type of mission without a Jonin sensei accompanying them. It was not the right thing to do. They didn't care, though. If everything went bad, they could blame it on the mission hall for assigning them the wrong mission. The two boys had been frustrated for a long time that they had never had a mission which was above babysitting, picking up rubbish, or chasing after a cat. They had decided that they wanted to go on this mission to prove that they were capable of bigger and better things. After all, if they didn't go on this, when would be the next time that they as Team 7 managed to get another chance to showcase their skills? Azula, meanwhile, also knew that this was bad, and she was contemplating asking Kakashi and Izen what they should do. However, the blonde-haired girl also knew that if she did this, it would drive a massive wedge between the team, and she wasn't sure if it would ever be able to be repaired. Sasuke had been nice enough ever since their conversation a while ago, whilst Naruto was still mean to her. If she did go and tell Kakashi, then the label of teacher's pet would be on her forever. The chance of becoming friends with them would also go up in smoke. For the sake of the team, Azula decided that she would go along with the mission. She just hoped that everything worked out in the end and nobody got seriously hurt. XXX. With everything packed and having made it past the gate guards of Konoha, the trio of shinobi set out for their first mission outside of the village. When the question of who was the mission leader was aired, it took a while, but in the end it was Sasuke who used his position as the Rookie of the Year to become the leader. Naruto didn't like this at all, but knew nothing would happen considering Azula supported Sasuke. The trio of Genin-level shinobi made their way to a remote towards the border that the Land of Fire shared with Kawa no Kuni. What they didn't know was that there were 3 shinobi who had started trailing them ever since they left the site of Konoha. Had these ninjas been wearing official ninja attire, then it would have been weird to see Konoha and BU trailing Konoha Genin. As Team 7 made their way through the countryside, Naruto and Sasuke were admittedly surprised at the fact that Azula had not said a word about the mission. Just from a look on the girl's face, they knew that she knew this was wrong, and yet she continued going on the mission. Seeing this, Sasuke privately thought that he and Naruto at least deserved to treat her as a teammate instead of the coworker they had been treating her as previously. When they got 5 kilometers away from the destination, the trio of Genin-ranked shinobi took a chance to have a break, drink some water, and have a ration bar or two. Sitting with his legs, which were in a diamond shape, Naruto quickly did a jutsu with his legs, covering anyone trying to see what he was doing unless they were head-on. As he placed his hands on the dirt below, Naruto's eyes widened for a split second. This was enough for Sasuke, with his keen eyesight, to spot. Staring at his friend, Sasuke saw Naruto motion down to his hands with his eyes. 3 ninjas, Chunin level, 400 meters directly behind me. Sasuke gave the faintest of signs that he acknowledged this newfound information. Just because the presence of 4 ninja was around, Sasuke knew that they couldn't back out of the mission. They were already taking a massive risk, even coming on this mission in the first place. Plus, if they quit now, then all of their training would be for nothing. No, Team 7 would continue on this mission and complete it. After all, they had a Senju with the Mo-Katan, an Uchiha with the Sharingan activated, and also the daughter of the Yondaime Hokage amongst their team. They were training to become more than Kages. They wanted to be one-man armies like their ancestors. If they couldn't survive this, then they didn't deserve to be shinobi as far as Naruto and Sasuke were concerned. With their energy supplies refueled and their minds refreshed, Team 7 headed to the client's location. As they passed through a fence, Sasuke knocked on the front door of a man's house. Eventually, half a minute had passed, and the door started to open. "You don't look like the ninjas that I hired. You're just a bunch of kids," the farmer exclaimed as she looked down at the trio in shock. "You're more than welcome to turn down our support if you want civilian sand. You will still have to pay the full mission price because we came all the way out here and you decided that you didn't need us anymore," Sasuke coolly replied. There was not a single change in the tone of voice, showing off that he had complete control over the situation at hand. "Yeah, I can see why Ino likes him so much. He is pretty cool." Just because she thought that Sasuke was cool, this meant in no way, shape, or form that she was interested in being more than his friend. The farmer spluttered as he tried to come to a response for the proposition that Sasuke. He didn't. "Fine. Well, you better be able to do what I'm paying you for, otherwise I will be demanding a refund. Just because we are young does not mean for a second that we are unskilled." And with that said, Sasuke turned around and started thinking of a way to take care of the man's problem. "Okay, Azula, I want you to make about 20 clones and have them search for the hideout of the wolf pack. According to the mission report, there are 3 wolves that are terrorizing our client's farm," Sasuke stated to his teammate. Azula gave a firm nod and instantly created the desired amount of clones before having them head in each and every direction. 5 minutes later, and Azula's head sprung up. "Okay, I know where they are. Follow me," the girl said, to which both Naruto and Sasuke followed her without question. When they got to the site of the crime, Naruto and Sasuke now saw what the clone of Azula saw. There was a medium-sized cave to which they all heard a growling noise coming from inside. As he created a jutsu with both hands, Sasuke watched as a makeshift torch appeared on the edge of his left hand. With his right, Sasuke got a kunai from his pouch and headed to the edge. Naruto and Azula each had a kunai in hand as they prepared for their first ever mission that wasn't menial in their eyes. 4 wolves came out from the cave. Each of them was baring their respective fangs at the Konoha trio. Sasuke was the first to act, throwing the kunai as hard as he could. The metal sailed through the air, aimed directly at the pack leader's head. Said wolf didn't know what it was that had been thrown at him. It was far too late to be able to dodge once the realization that whatever it was, it wouldn't be good to allow that to hit him. The kunai that Sasuke threw pierced through flesh, cartilage, and bone to connect with the brain of the wolf. Death occurred on impact. Angered at the sight of one of their pack mates getting killed, the 3 remaining wolves charged at their enemy. They knew that they could only do damage close up, whereas Naruto, Sasuke, and Azula could do it from far away. Sasuke had no problem throwing another kunai with precise accuracy straight at one of the wolves. He had been baptized by what some of the most ruthless shinobi would call harsh. Seeing a little bit of blood was nothing new to him, and death was something that he became accustomed to a long time ago. Knowing that Sasuke had no trouble with this, Naruto knew that he had to be the same. If he was going to become the best shinobi that the world had ever seen and one that would make the Senju clan proud, then he would no doubt have to kill later on in his career. It was better to get used to it now rather than choke up later on at a critical point. Azula, for her part, knew that this was something that she had to do, but for the life of her, she couldn't pull the metaphorical trigger. The guilt that she knew she would be feeling for killing even a wolf was something that she didn't want to deal with. She choked. Azula didn't throw her kunai. Just as the wolf was closing in on her location with its fangs ready to rip her face off, Sasuke came to the rescue. With yet another kunai in his hand, Sasuke sped off at a perpendicular angle to the wolf and slammed the pointy end of the kunai straight into the temple of the wolf. It collapsed onto the floor immediately. "I thought you weren't like the others." Sasuke sneered at the girl who didn't respond for a moment. Sorry, I choked for a second then. I promise that it won't happen again." Azula vowed with determination. She hated the fact that she did nothing even more than what Naruto and Sasuke did. Well then, what better way than now? A new voice suddenly said as it entered the conversation. The weird thing was that it came from beneath them as a man popped up out of the ground. He had a kunai in hand, and it was aimed directly at the jugular vein of Sasuke Uchiha. The disguised Root Ninja's plan was to help quicken the process of activating the Sharingan. As per his mission briefing, the most effective way to activate was in a life or death situation. What he did not expect was for Sasuke to dodge his attack without activating the Sharingan in any form. The speed and reaction time he had used were far beyond what Genin ninjas should possess. It was safe to say that Danzo never truly did his homework on the up-and-coming Uchiha ninja. Watching as the Uchiha dodged the incoming attack, the ninja jumped back a few meters. He was met by his partners in crime. It turned into a face-off where Naruto, Sasuke, and Azula stood facing off against a missing nin from a Wagakure and two missing ninjas from Kyomogakure. Danzo hoped that with the humiliation and defeat at the hands of these ninjas, that Team 7 would develop grudges against Konoha's biggest threats. What the hell was that for? Azula shouted out at the enemy. "You Konoha scum can go and get fucked by a cactus, you dirty inbred trash." The Wagakure ninja shouted back in response. Azula, being the one who took the most pride in her village, got offended the most at this. "Shuriken Kakebunsin no Jutsu, Shuriken Sado Clone Jutsu." Azula called out after she had thrown a kunai straight at the three ninjas. She produced 50 copies of the lethal weapon. Having seen this jutsu a million times beforehand, the disguised shinobi easily knew that blocking it was not an option. The three missing nins jumped back as far and as fast as they could to dodge the incoming attack. Thankfully for them, they had surrounding foliage which included large oak trees to take the full brunt of the damage. That was a stupid thing to do. "Now, we don't have sight of them," Naruto quickly said. Knowing that there would be an argument here if he did nothing, Sasuke quickly intervened. "That also means that they can't see us." Naruto immediately went through some hand seals. When he planted his hands on the ground, two clones made out of mud formed out of the ground. With a nod, the first one entered the forest through the main pathway from where they were standing. "You two take go and enter from the front. I will go around the back and cause a distraction from the back, and you use this chance to take out one of them." Wiz Sasuke was annoyed when he heard Naruto say this because as team leader, Sasuke did not fault the plan of his best friend one bit. It was the exact same plan that he had formed. Despite the fact she knew how dangerous this situation was with enemy ninja around, Azula knew that she had to give this mission her all. If those ninjas tried to kill Sasuke earlier, then it meant that they would have no trouble attempting to kill again. She had to remain vigilant and focused. She didn't want any damage to come to her or her team. "Naruto-san, be careful." "Yeah, I will be sure not to mess up your mission record, princess," Naruto called out spitefully before darting off to the right. The blonde-haired girl, when she heard this, hung her head. It seemed like no matter what she did, she would never become friends with her teammates. "Forget about him, Azula-chan. He's just being an asshole. I'll talk to him later on. Just keep your head up and stay focused." It was awkward for him to say, but Sasuke knew that he had to have the girl firing on all cylinders. He didn't know how strong these ninjas were, and although he and Naruto were hiding a lot of their skill sets, he didn't know whether or not Azula could handle this. As the team leader, it was his job to motivate his troops and help them fire on all cylinders. Had he not been in the situation he was in, Sasuke would have narrowed his eyes at his brother in all but blood and have a chat with him later on. Given that the morale and clear mind of Azula, though, was crucial, Sasuke did something that he wasn't accustomed to. He talked to a girl that he wasn't related to on his own accord for the first time about something other than insulting her. Putting up a brave face, Azula turned around to Sasuke. "Thanks, Sasuke-kun. Now come on, we got a mission to do. She's different. She's better than all of the others. XXX." The disguised Root Ninja were surprised at the amount of time that it took for Team 7 to come after them. From all the reports they had been briefed on, the Yondame's daughter was incredibly passionate about her home, and any insult flung her way would cause her to lose control to her anger. The plan was to draw the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki into the forest with the two teammates to follow in after him. They would then fall prey to the trap that and ambush the team, causing a full-on fight to break out. It would be here where they completed the primary mission objective for Danzo. The illegitimate child of the Yondame will be killed, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If word ever got out that the hierarchy which ruled over Konoha split up the children of Minato Namikaze at birth after he sacrificed himself, the city would be in uproar. Not only that, but Konoha would lose a lot of the good reputation that it prided itself on when it came to seducing potential clients and keeping existing ones. With the death of Naruto Uzumaki serving as the catalyst for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki getting in touch with her demon chakra and the activation of the Sharingan, it was a calculated risk to kill off the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. It was not as if the Uchiha and the Jinchuriki would ever find out what had actually happened to their teammate. When they saw their target walk through the forest, the Chunin didn't take the bait. They knew that it was pointless for them to kill the Genin unless the Uchiha and Jinchuriki watched. They wanted to get the most out of it, as it would point them straight down Danzo's path once he talked to them. It was then that one of the Chunin noticed out of the corner of his eye that there was a Naruto coming at him with a kunai in his hand. Quickly dodging the jab of the knife, the former Kumobikure ninja yanked the kunai out of the hand of Naruto and viciously punched the kid straight in the face. It was much to his surprise that the blonde-haired ninja turned into mud. The Jinchuriki knows Doton Jutsus, the ninja said, informing his team of what to expect. When his comrades turned around to see if there was a follow-up from that direction, Naruto saw this as his opportunity. Coming out from the ground below with his enemies none the wiser, Naruto jabbed a kunai right into the Achilles tendon/ankle bone of the other Kumobikure ninja. Before the man could even react, Naruto slipped back underground. Despite all of the emotional conditioning he had under Root ANBU training, the man still could not hold back the pain scream. The Root ninja screamed out in pain. With the weapons still left at the scene of the crime, the Kumobikure and Iwagakure missing Nins saw the damage that Naruto had done. It was only now that they realized just what they were up against and that they couldn't take things lightly. The second that they saw Azula and Sasuke enter the clearing, both of the Root Chunin charged at them. As he was charging at Sasuke, the Kumogakure Chunin pulled out a sword from his sheath and prepared to swing it in a downward motion. He was moving as fast as he possibly could, and yet even with the threat of his katana, the Sharingan of the Uchiha had yet to be activated. As he dodged the swing of the sword, Sasuke Uchiha gathered up a fair amount of lighting chakra in his fist and swung viciously at the face of the enemy. As he was a two-handed swordsman, the Chunin ninja had overcommit and he wasn't in a position to defend himself properly. As he copped the full brunt of the attack in the face, the man got sent back down to the ground. Before Sasuke could follow up on this, there was an explosion right next to him. In that split second, his triple Tomo Sharingan spotted an explosive tag that was stuck onto that had been planted on the left hip bone of Azula Namikaze. The blast was enough to throw Sasuke down to the ground as well as disorientate him. He felt a stinging sensation in his arm and noticed that he was bleeding from multiple locations on his right arm. Azula, for her part, screamed in pain as when she looked down at her side, which was previously covered in thick orange jumper and tracksuit pants, she saw fragments of her hip bone lying on the ground beside her. Blood was pouring out from the wound, and she could honestly say that this was the most painful thing that she had ever experienced. Naruto, who was still underground when he saw this with only his head poking out of the ground, knew that he had to take action. He couldn't let this go on anymore. He didn't know how much damage had been done to the Princess of Konoha, but it looked pretty damn serious. With the amount of blood she was losing at the moment, he wasn't sure that he was skilled enough to prevent that from turning fatal. Popping up out of the ground enough to use his arms, Naruto jammed the kunai in his hand straight into the jugular vein of his enemy. Death was instant. Pulling himself up from out of the ground, Naruto started going over to Azula. He had already completed the hand seals for the Mystic Palm Jutsu and planned to repair as much of Azula's hip as possible. What Naruto failed to take into account was the fact that the man who he had stabbed in the ankle had managed to get into a position where he could use jutsu. He used the trademark jutsu of the famed Uchiha clan. As the raven-haired Uchiha saw this and noticed that Naruto also had his back turned, Sasuke got into position and quickly did the same jutsu. Sasuke, however, channeled a much larger amount of chakra into his lungs and produced a much large fireball. He had to force back the previous one, which was already traveling at a much faster rate. The fireball that Sasuke created triumphed over the one that the Kyunoga Kira ninja created, and due to the fact that he had a severely reduced range of mobility, the grand fireball overpowered and pushed all of the fire right onto the man. He was cooked on the spot. As all of this was happening, the Forgotten Man was the makeshift, missing Iwagakure ninja. He had taken a fairly large amount of damage himself from planting the explosive tag on the Jinchuriki. By the time he regained his senses, he knew he was outnumbered and needed to complete his mission even if it costed him his life. Pulling out a kunai, the man channeled wind, nature chakra into the instrument of death and flung it at the son of Minato Namikaze. Even if he died, for the sake of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki had to die. Once again, Naruto didn't see this coming as it was right at the edge of his periphery vision. To make matters worse, Sasuke wasn't able to bail Naruto out this time, as it was also at the edge of his periphery as well. The crippled Azula Namikaze, however, did manage to see it as she looked away from her injury for the first time. It was during this passing glance, to hopefully forget about the pain for a second or two, that Azula spotted the kunai flying straight for Naruto. In spite of the pain that she was in, Azula knew that she had a duty to do even if Naruto might not be willing to do the same thing. Adrenaline in the form of the Kyuubi's chakra kicked in Azula's time of need. Her red eyes and pronounced whisker marks leapt up from the ground and pushed Naruto down to the ground. Shocked at Azula's behavior, Naruto watched in slow motion as a wind chakra-coated kunai pierced straight through Azula's right lung. Before she even hit the ground, Naruto had already started screaming in protest about how she shouldn't have done that. Sasuke turned around in a split second, and what he saw was a sight that haunted him. It reminded him of the helplessness he felt during the massacre at the hands of his elder brother. With a rage like no other, Sasuke sped off at a speed in which a lot of Jonin would have trouble following thanks to enhancing his muscles with lightning chakra. As he was doing this, Sasuke started producing a massive amount of lightning chakra in his hand, so much so that blue lightning formed on the edge of his hand. Piercing beak, Sasuke called out with his hand in a beak-like position and jabbed his hand right through the heart of his enemy. The death instantaneous, but Sasuke didn't feel any better knowing that Azula was probably going to die given the fact that the kunai had gone through one side of her body and out of the other. Getting up as fast as he could, Naruto redid the seals for the Mystic Palm Jutsu and placed them over the hole in Azula's chest. Immediately, Naruto started channeling medical chakra through to the wound as best as he could. It was times like these that Naruto really wished he had started taking up medical ninjutsu before he met the Slug Clan. If he had, then he was confident that he would be even better than what he was now. As all of this was happening, due to the shock of the injuries that she had sustained, Azula's brain had sent her into a coma. This was done so that her body could use all of its resources for healing itself and not less important things like being awake at this point in time. "Come on, don't die on me, Azula-chan," Naruto screamed out as he was sending green-colored chakra into her system with his hand over the wound over her breast. It was then that something happened. He didn't know it at the time, but looking at the situation in review, Azula very much welcomed it. There was an extremely potent red chakra that flowed through the body of Azula. He didn't know what it was, but from the looks of things, it was helping Naruto in the healing of Azula. The blonde-haired boy did not complain for a second. Naruto quickly realized that the red chakra was actually healing his teammate much faster and, more importantly, more efficient than what he was capable of. He wondered what kind of bloodline Azula had. It came at a cost, though. Whatever the red chakra was, Naruto started feeling a burning sensation when it came into contact with his hands. In spite of this, Naruto knew that if he stopped healing her, then she would die. The Uzumaki Genin persevered through the pain with gritted teeth and continued to repair the wound. Naruto even went so far as to hiss in pain. After 5 minutes of constant healing of the injury to her lung, Naruto was confident in that the red chakra was capable enough of fully repairing the rest of the damage. This didn't mean his job was done, though, as he immediately moved over to her hip. Azula had lost a lot of energy during this process, and her body had failed to produce enough plasma to the injury to clot the blood and stop it from bleeding. This meant that Azula was losing a ton of blood, and nothing had been done to stop it. Naruto quickly put an end to that, and as soon as his green chakra-coated hands came in contact with the wound, the red chakra flared as if responding to the medicinal chakra being inserted into the wound. The combined effort of the Kyuubi and Naruto worked in stopping the blood from leaving Azula's body. Again, Naruto did not let up for a second because he knew that if he left the wound like this, he would leave her body vulnerable to a whole host of parasites and diseases just waiting to enter Azula's body. Once the blood coagulated, the first thing that Naruto started repairing was the hip bone of the blonde-haired girl. Adrenaline was pumping through the body of Naruto at the highest that it had ever been. He was pumped beyond reckoning, so much so that he didn't realize that his chakra was running low. Naruto powered on and started recreating Azula's hip flexor muscle from scratch, which had been blown up. Finally, once Naruto had finished rebuilding the ligaments, tendons, and muscles that went into the hip, he started working on the skin of Azula. Sweat was pouring down from his body, and he was feeling pretty tired, but Naruto was determined to complete the healing process before quitting. He owed his life to Azula, and he would be damned if he didn't do everything he possibly could to repay her back tenfold. Naruto struggled to dredge up the absolute last slivers of chakra in his body as sweat poured down his body. Finally, when he got to the point where all there was on the side of Azula's hip was a 1-centimeter scab, he decided that he simply couldn't do any more and that what he had done was good enough. The second that he did this, the adrenaline that was pulsating through his body gave out, and Naruto immediately passed out on the spot due to chakra exhaustion. Due to the severity of just how much chakra Naruto had used, he didn't even have enough control over his body to choose where he landed. Naruto fell face forward with his face landing in a rather awkward position. It would be the secret of Sasuke Uchiha that Naruto landed face first onto Azula's lower lips. At least the remains of pants and underwear were still covering the modesty of the teenage girl. This little funny situation was not enough to change the mindset of Sasuke. Even though he had killed the majority of the enemies today, the raven-haired Uchiha still felt like absolute shit for not being able to come through in the clutch when it mattered. In his brain, which was going at the speed of light, Sasuke Uchiha had the place of mind to remember that the threat was still not over. there was still the threat of some unknown animal coming into the clearing and getting some trouble-free lunch. It was up to him to man the fort and take care of his incapacitated team. Sasuke was really second-guessing himself for choosing to go on this mission. Looking down at the passed-out Naruto, who was on top of the unconscious Azula, Sasuke got to work in ensuring the survival of his team. The first thing that he did was remove Naruto from being face first on Azula. The easier he could make his friends breathing, the better. It was when he did this that Sasuke Uchiha noticed the blood which was pouring from the hands of his best friend. He didn't realize it, but from halfway down his forearms, Naruto's arms were drenched in blood. There wasn't even a single speck of skin that could be seen as it was all covered in a red liquid. The raven-haired Uchiha really hoped that it was only Azula's blood on his best friend's hands. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't. Creating a shadow clone, Sasuke ordered it to carry Naruto with absolute care. As the clone did this, Sasuke himself got down and carefully picked up Azula. The opinion of the Uchiha was that Azula was the one who was more injured. He had just seen a hole created in her chest. You don't recover from that easily. What he didn't know was that Naruto was actually in a far more dangerous condition because of how dangerously low his chakra levels were. Naruto Uzumaki didn't have a source that could heal him even when he was doing nothing. He also didn't have a practically unlimited chakra supply to fuel said healing procedures. With both of his comrades taken care of, Sasuke took them to the cave in which the original mission took place. Just from the interaction Sasuke had had with the client, the raven-haired Uchiha knew that he wouldn't welcome the trio of ninjas into his home in their time of need. Now that they were in a safe location, Sasuke took out a scroll from his pocket and unsealed it. Inside the scroll was a medical kit. Despite the fact that Naruto was the team's unofficial medic, Sasuke had taken up learning the basics in case he was in a situation just like this. The first thing that Sasuke did was get out latex gloves. He didn't want to get a disease and also didn't want to infect Naruto with any dirt on his fingers. As best as he could, given the position that he was in and the rather limited source of resources, Sasuke tipped some water out of his bottle onto Naruto's hands to get rid of most of the blood and wash away any dirt. Once this was done, Sasuke used tissues to dry up the wound whilst not aggravating it to re-rupture the wounds and cause them to bleed once more. Once this was done, the raven-haired Uchiha, as best as he could, wrapped white medical gauze tape over the wounds to the point where they were completely covered. It was only from looking at the injuries that Naruto suffered from that Sasuke realized just how potent the red chakra coming off of Azula was. The only bright side out of all of this was that he didn't have to do anything for Azula. She seemed to be doing well on her own thanks to whatever it was that was helping her. It was a coincidence that right then, once everything was now taken care of, Sasuke realized that he was hungry. Grabbing a ration bar and a piece of fruit from his backpack, Sasuke sat down on guard, hoping that his team would recover without any permanent injuries. XXX. There were alarm bells ringing loudly in the head of Kakashi Hatake. He was the first person to arrive at his team's meeting spot. There had been occasions where Kakashi had arrived before Naruto and Sasuke, but he had never arrived before Azula. It was now half an hour after he normally arrived at his meet and greet location, and Kakashi had still seen absolutely no sign of the trio of Genin Shinobi at all. Using the rather limited sensory abilities that he had, Kakashi tried to see if his students were even bothering to come to their training session. He wasn't really surprised when he couldn't sense them. Guess I have to go search for them. The first place that Kakashi tried was the two-story large house of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He really hoped that it was only down to the fact that Azula had forgotten about the meeting or that she had simply slept in. When he got to the house and searched for the girl, his search came up empty. Next up was the pride and joy of Azula, the Ichiraku ramen bar. Once again, this part of the search came up empty. The alarm bells started ringing loudly inside the mind of Kakashi, and a sinking feeling started appearing in his stomach. Things weren't looking good. After coming to the conclusion that he couldn't Azula, he hoped that by going to the Uchiha complex, he would find Sasuke, and with that he would know where Naruto was. As he made his way to the southwest section of Konoha, Kakashi came to a large wall. Jumping over it, it was like traveling back to the past. He hadn't been here since the funeral of Obito, and yet the place looked the exact same from what he remembered. The only difference this time around, though, was that there was no one around. As he traversed through the ghost town, Kakashi was surprised when he came across a large field which had a massive amount of crops of multiple types of fruit and vegetables. It was far too big to be a food garden just for one person, so Kakashi decided that it couldn't hurt to take a fruit as a snack. When he got over there, he was surprised to see a rather vicious Venus fly trap plant surrounding the perimeter of the crops. He almost lost a chunk of flesh, but Kakashi successfully navigated the Venus fly traps and got an apple. As he bit into it, he could definitely see why whoever it was that managed these plants was so invested in them. It only begged the question of who managed the food garden because he was confident that Sasuke was not into it all. Getting rid of that train of thought, as there were much more important things for him to be doing right now, Kakashi went about finding his Uchiha student. He did not like it at all when his search came up empty. He had searched the entire complex, and there was no sign or even a nearby chakra signature even remotely familiar to the one that Sasuke had. This did not look good at all for the copy ninja. The next rationale, though, that the silver-haired Jonin had was that he would go and check Naruto, and hopefully whatever he was doing included his two teammates. Now, where does Naruto live? Kakashi questioned to himself as he couldn't remember. As more time went on, there was a look of horror on the face of Kakashi that not even his mask could cover up. Despite the fact that he had told himself that he would get to know the son of Minato Sensei more now that he found out about him, he didn't even know where the boy lived. What kind of sensei am I? I bet Minato Sensei would be ashamed in me. Kakashi wasn't even thinking about what he had done, or rather he hadn't done for Naruto. He was thinking solely about his abilities as a teacher to look after and nurture kids into responsible people, as well as train them into powerful shinobi. He had done nothing of the sort, and now was coming back to bite him in the arse. Kakashi was a great ninja, and yet he was so lackluster as a person that he somehow managed to not know where any of his students were and didn't even know where one of them lived. It was then as if there was an imaginary light bulb went off in the head of Kakashi. Racing back over the wall that separated the Uchiha clan from the rest of Konoha, Kakashi headed straight for the mission hall. Immediately, when he got in the room, he was greeted by Izumo and Kotetsu. "Hey there, Kakashi-senpai. You're back from your mission awfully early." Kakashi didn't like hearing this one bit. He came back from assassination mission to the Land of Waves. He got his mission directly from the Hokage, and there was no way that these two Chunins would know anything about that. "What mission?" Kakashi said in a tone he hadn't used in a while. It was the same tone of voice he used when he was a captain in the ENBU. He didn't have time to play games. Nervous when they heard this, Kotetsu continued on from where Izumo had left off. "Yeah, your students came in yesterday, saying that you were out doing something important, but you wanted them to collect the mission for the day. They told us that you told them to go and get it." The eyes of Kakashi hardened into a glare, although it wasn't pointed at the two Chunin. Kakashi was absolutely furious at his genin that they had the gall to do something like this. Did they not realize the danger that they could potentially find themselves in? "I didn't tell them to do anything like that." As soon as Kakashi said this, it allowed Kotetsu and Izumo to realize exactly why they could feel killing intent coming from the silver-haired Jonin. "Give me the copy of the mission that you gave to my students," Kakashi commanded with authority. It was the first time in a couple of years that he had ever had to speak like this, and the two Chunin were scared. Quickly dropping their previous task, the two Chunin hurriedly searched for the copy. The second that they found it, they gave it to Kakashi, who didn't even bother to say thank you, as he was already out of the building and sprinting at top speed towards the exit of Konoha. In a short space of time that it took for Kakashi to get from a mission hall to the front gate of Konoha, he had already memorized every single little detail about the mission that his students had took upon themselves to complete. In addition to this, Kakashi completely ignored the protests of the gate guard when they wanted to see his identification. They chased after him for a while, but they quickly realized that they were far out of whoever it was league. After 10 seconds of chasing, Kakashi had already managed to get out of eyesight. The two Chunin guarding the gates knew that even if they did manage to catch up to whoever it was that left in such a hurry, then he must be fast enough to easily kill them. The 5 hours that it took for Azula, Sasuke, and Naruto to traverse the Land of Fire until they got to the designated location only took Kakashi 1. He was out of breath and sweating like crazy, but this did not stop the silver-haired Jonin even for a second. It was better to be there early and put up a fight than not be there and arrive to find his students' corpses. Now that he was close enough, Kakashi used his basic sensory skills and managed to pick out the beacon, which was QB sealed inside of Azula. As he honed in on it, he hoped that his luck with people that he cared about rung true. After 10 minutes of traversing through open fields and jumping over the fence of someone else's property, Kakashi made it into a forest where he could make out a small cave. His senses were telling him this was where Azula was, and now that he was close enough, he could also sense Sasuke easily. The concern was, why couldn't he sense Naruto? For them to be this far out and not together meant something serious had to have happened. Throwing that to the back of his mind, Kakashi rushed towards the cave. The first sight that he was greeted with was Sasuke, who admittedly was barely able to function with how long he had been awake. Judging from his face, it looked as if he had been awake for 24 hours and was really struggling. The second that Sasuke noticed the approaching Kakashi, he smiled for the first time in a long time. Boy, was Sasuke glad to see Kakashi. He knew that whatever happened, they would be all right. Sasuke promptly fell down onto the ground. He had already fallen asleep before his head hit the ground. Cursing at the fact that Sasuke had fallen asleep before he could chew him out and also find out what was happening, Kakashi took it upon himself to go into the cave. As he walked past Sasuke, the first person that he saw was Azula. Judging from the fact that her budding breast was visible and that there was a clear hole over parts of her chest, he knew that something serious had happened and the QB had to bail the girl out in healing a grievous wound. It also didn't help that she was showing her hip and a little bit of her bum due to her clothes being ripped off from some kind of blast. He had seen the healing powers of the QB thanks to Kushina. He knew that even the QB couldn't heal all of this in such a short space of time. This didn't even include the fact that there was no form of scabs or scars on her body whatsoever. It made Kakashi curious as to how Naruto healed so quickly. Thankfully, due to the fact that they were all out of it at the moment, it gave Kakashi time to look over at his final student. As he knelt down to Naruto, the Jonin sensei realized why he couldn't sense him before. Naruto was suffering from the worst case of chakra exhaustion that he had ever seen. He was kneeling right next to Naruto, and yet he could only just feel his boy's chakra signature. This also served to make Naruto's skin lack all form of color. Given that chakra was the life force of a human body, it meant that his immune system was down at the moment and he was susceptible to a whole host of things. Another detail that Kakashi noticed was the fact that from Naruto's forearms down, he was wearing red bandages. I guess I might as well get Azula dressed before she wakes up and panics at the fact that her private parts are visible. Kakashi muttered to himself. It was times like these in which Kakashi was very much grateful he had interacted with Azula when she was a lot younger, so that trusted him implicitly. If they had only known each other from since she became a genin, the Jonin knew that the blonde-haired girl would not be confident in this whatsoever. Pulling out a full set of clothes from Azula's backpack, Kakashi got to work on disrobing the girl and putting on some clothes that didn't leave the revealing parts on show. 15 minutes after Kakashi had successfully changed the girl's clothes, said girl started to stir. Ugh, Azula mumbled as she tried to take in her surroundings, wondering where she was. The last thing she remembered happening was taking a kunai in the chest for Naruto. Naruto! Sasuke! Azula called out in alarm as she sprung up from her position, lying down to an uprighted seating position. Turning her head around, the first thing that the girl noticed was, Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Azula questioned, both relieved and nervous. That's something that I would very much like for you to answer for me, Azula. As she heard the way that Kakashi spoke to her, The girl knew she was in trouble, deep trouble. Sasuke and Naruto wanted to go do another mission because they felt like that they wouldn't ever get a chance to prove that they were ready for a higher grade mission. I mean, I felt the same way too, but didn't want to do anything without your permission, Kakashi-sensei. The sad thing about this was that after his mission to the Land of Wave, Kakashi was going to offer taking his team on a C-rank mission. He didn't like hearing that his students thought that they would never get a chance was disheartening, to say the least. And yet you still went on the mission, Azula, Kakashi said, still with a harsh tone in his voice. I remember someone special to me saying that those who break the rules are trash, but those who betray their comrades are worse than trash. Azula said with a forced grin on her face, hoping that this would ease the anger in her pseudo-big brother. It did because she saw the eye of Kakashi lighten up. I'm proud of you for that, Azula, but I need you to tell me absolutely everything that has happened on this mission, Kakashi stated to the girl, still using an uncompromising tone of voice. The mission was to go and take care of a bunch of wolves that were eating some guy's farm. I choked up when it came time to do the deed, but thankfully Sasuke bailed me out. That's all well and good, and it sounds like that you completed the mission, but it doesn't tell me how Naruto and you got so hurt. This was news to Azula, as she didn't know that something was wrong with Naruto. As she turned her head, she spotted Naruto, who was looking extremely pale at the moment. Concerned as she was for his health, she knew that she had to tell Kakashi Nezen what had happened. Yeah, we completed the mission fine, but then as soon as that happened, a ninja came out of the ground and tried to stab Sasuke. Sasuke dodged it, and then it turned out that there were 3 missing Nins standing next to us. They said that they hated Konoha ninjas and that they wanted to kill us. I got angry at this and used a jutsu, and then they jumped into the forest. Azula stated, to which Kakashi had multiple thoughts on the situation. On the one hand, they could run away from here, but the missing ninjas would catch up to them. The other choice was to take the fight head on and hope for the best. It was either fight now or fight later when they retire from running. We chose to surprise them by going towards them. As soon as Azula said this, Kakashi didn't like it at all. They were walking into a trap. They should have stayed where they were and waited for the enemy to come them. Naruto took it upon himself to go first and be the distraction thanks to that thing he can do where he goes underground. Kakashi nodded when he heard this. Out of everyone on Team 7, Naruto was the best when it came to stealth. Naruto managed to get a good hit on one of them, causing a distraction. Me and Sasuke were about to go in and do a combo jutsu, but the enemy came charging at us, so we didn't have time. Just by looking at the girl, Kakashi could see she was angry at this. Sasuke managed to deal with the guy who charged at him, but the one who came after me managed to plant an explosive seal on my side. It really hurt like a bitch when that went off. Yeah, even with having the QB, having a hole in your chest, and also having an explosive tag going off right next to her, Azula should be a lot worse than what she is right now. Sasuke knocked his guy down to the ground, but got hit almost as hard as me, and he was disorientated from the blast. The guy who Sasuke knocked down was about to get up and hit Sasuke, but Naruto came out of the ground and sliced the man's throat. Kakashi didn't know what Naruto was capable of, but hearing this made him correct in his assumptions that Naruto was just as good, if not as good, as Sasuke. I was on the ground, but I remember seeing Naruto go through some hand seals and his hands started glowing green. He was walking to me, but I can't remember what he was going to do, Kakashi Nezen. That's all right, Azula-chan. Kakashi instantly dismissed her worry as his mind was going a mile a minute. To think that Naruto knew medical ninjutsu was insane at such a young age. Just from hearing that Kakashi was confident that Naruto was at least as good as Sasuke, and probably even better than him. I saw some kind of fireball come out of the corner of my eye, and Sasuke quickly jumped in front and made his own one, which burned the guy alive. As Naruto bent down to do something to me, I saw that the guy who planted the tag on me do something to a kunai and throw it directly at Naruto. It turned white or something, and since Naruto couldn't see it, despite the pain I was in, I got up and pushed him out of the way. The only other thing I remember was it hitting me in the chest. Everything else after that is blank sorry, Kakashi-sensei. It's all right, Azula-chan, Kakashi replied. The silver-haired Jonin had a fair idea of what had happened. Naruto had used all of his chakra, healing the injuries of Azula at the cost of his chakra reserves. It would also explain the bandages that were on his hands. Speaking of which, Kakashi knew that they needed to be changed to prevent the stale environment attracting parasites and diseases. Pulling out a first aid kit scroll from his Jonin vest, Kakashi opened it up and prepared to fix Naruto's hands. As he pulled the bandages off, Kakashi was shocked to see just how much damage had been done. Naruto pretty much had no skin whatsoever on his hands. Having experienced the Kyuubi personally when it came to two of his students' mother, Kakashi knew that Naruto must have been healing Azula for a long time with his hands submerged in the demon's chakra. Thankfully for Kakashi, Azula wasn't looking over at Naruto. He didn't know what she would be like if she found out that Naruto had been damaged so badly thanks to the demon inside of her. Doing the best he could, Kakashi wrapped up the wound once more in fresh tape, and immediately, they started turning red. It just want to show how much skin had been taken off of Naruto as blood started to seep through onto the bandages. So, Kakashi-Nizen, when are we going to be going back to Konoha? Azula questioned to her sensei and pseudo-big brother. Once Sasuke wakes up again, we will start going back to Konoha. Naruto is in no condition to move right now and will require the utmost of care when we start going back. When she heard Kakashi talk like this, Azula was extremely concerned. She didn't know what was wrong with Naruto, but whatever it was, it sounded pretty damn bad. How bad is it, Kakashi-Nizen? Azula questioned with a concerned look on her face. Thanks to the only medical jutsu he knew being a diagnosis one, Kakashi was able to tell how bad Naruto was. He is in a coma right now. When he saw the look of confusion on the face of Azula, he sighed as he knew explaining this would be tough. Naruto is in a state of sleep where he can't be woken up. There have been cases where people stay in comas for months, even years. No, that can't happen. Not on my team. Not to my friends. Azula shouted before she whispered the last part under her breath. As she said this, Azula came over to Naruto and held onto his shoulder. She really wanted him to get through this. Surprised at the amount of affection that Azula was showing to Naruto despite the fact that the boy had been so cold to her, Kakashi hoped that Team 7 could finally become a proper team. Maybe they would even come to see each other as brother and sister. The good thing is that with severe cases of chakra exhaustion is that it causes instant death when chakra reserves get so low. Since Naruto hasn't died yet, it means that he won't die from this. When we get back to Konoha and take Naruto to the hospital, there are doctors who will be able to wake him safely from his coma. Kakashi said in an attempt to reassure the girl beside him. As he said this, he gave his patented eye smile. Judging by the relieved smile that was on her face, he had just done that. XXX. 5 hours later in the cave, and Sasuke started to stir. The memories of the previous day quickly filtered through his mind, and Sasuke sprung up hoping that everything was all right. It was then that when he saw Kakashi, he remembered that the man had arrived just before he passed out. I know we shouldn't have done it, that we should have waited for your approval, but we were confident that we could complete the mission and show you that we were ready for something more challenging. Sasuke said, surprising Kakashi, as this was the most that he had ever heard the boy say at once. I don't think you realize just how serious this is, Sasuke. This will be going on all 3 of your records. Sasuke didn't dispute this. He knew that there was no point because he had nothing to stand on in regards to defending himself and the team. You shouldn't be punishing Naruto and Azula. Doing this mission was my idea, as I was frustrated with the lack of opportunities we have had to showcase our skills. Sasuke knew that as team leader, the responsibility of the results of the mission fell on his shoulders. There was also the hope that if he appealed to Kakashi's apparent love for teamwork and bonding, that maybe, just maybe, Kakashi would be a little bit more lenient. The Jonin saw through this, though. It's nice of you to try and take the blame all yourself, but I have heard the story from Azula already. Kakashi replied, and he noticed that there was shock on the face of Sasuke. This wasn't because of the fact that Kakashi had seen through his attempt. It was because apparently, according to Kakashi, Azula was conscious enough to tell him what had happened. Given the injuries that he had seen the girl suffer from firsthand, Sasuke was beyond surprised that she was alive, let alone conscious. Is she okay? Admittedly, Kakashi was surprised when he heard Sasuke say this. He saw that it was genuine, and he was happy that the quiet child Sasuke was showing emotion when it came to his teammates. Maybe, just maybe, he would be a bit more lenient with his team. She's fine. Naruto really did a good job in healing her. I'm very surprised that he is capable of medical ninjutsu, Kakashi said with an odd look on his face. The second that Sasuke got the message that Azula was fine, Sasuke went back to his old self. He's full of surprises. Indeed, he is. Now, let's get going. Naruto needs to get to the hospital to make sure that nothing is wrong with him. Sasuke merely nodded. If Kakashi hadn't already taken Naruto to the hospital, then he was confident that Naruto was going to be fine. Okay, Sasuke said, and as he got up, he picked up his backpack and got out an apple. As he did this, Kakashi carefully picked up Naruto and placed him on his back. XXX. They got a few odd looks as the three conscious ninja made their way through the entrance of Konoha. Seeing this, Kakashi instantly changed to moving along the rooftops. As he got to the hospital, Kakashi immediately motioned for the head doctor. Luckily, he was free at the time, and since he owed Kakashi a favor, he was more than happy to help Naruto out of his coma. After Kakashi lay Naruto down on a hospital bed, Mr. Yakushi started the process of carefully waking Naruto out of his coma. It took 5 minutes, but once it was done, Naruto slowly started groaning. Well, my work here is done. Naruto will be fine to leave, but just make sure that he doesn't do any form of shinobi work for a few days until he can rebuild his strength. Both Kakashi and Sasuke nodded when they heard this. They were going to make sure that Naruto did exactly that. Thanks, Kakashi said to the man as he left the room. As for Naruto, who was slowly waking up, he noticed that he was staring at the white ceiling of a hospital. Realizing that this was different from the scenario he last remembered, Naruto muttered out, "Where am I?" The second that he said this, Naruto was surprised when he felt someone latch onto his chest. As he moved his head slightly, Naruto was surprised to see a curtain of blonde hair on top of him. "I'm so happy that you're all right. I was really worried about you," Azula said with a watery look in her eyes. Naruto was shocked at this. He didn't think she would be like this. Azula was being affectionate to him, even after all the shit that he had given her throughout the years. It was then that he remembered that Azula had jumped in the way of a kunai that was about to kill him because of his carelessness. She's utterly genuine about this. She's not just doing this for her reputation, because if she was, she wouldn't be willing to risk her life for just me. "I'm sorry for being a dick to you for all these years, Azula-san." The second that she heard Naruto say this, those watery eyes let loose, and actual tears started to fall. She valiantly tried to wipe them away, but Naruto and the rest of the team saw them. "It's okay, as long as we can be friends from now on," Azula questioned Naruto. As soon as she saw the nod, she jumped onto the gurney and gave him a hug. Naruto, for his part, blushed, as this was the first ever time that he had been touched by a girl. He had absolutely no idea what to do in this situation. In the end, he decided to not do anything and hope for the best. As Kakashi watched this unfold right before his very eyes, he was beyond happy with the way that his team was coming together. "Yep, I'll let this one slide for now. It will harm the team far more than it will help them if they have a severe punishment." It was then that there was a knock on the door. Waiting for Kakashi on the other side of the door was a Chunin with a message. "Kakashi-sama, Hokage-sama is requesting your presence in his office immediately." Getting up from her position on Naruto, Azula spoke up. "I wonder what the Hokage wanted to speak to Kakashi-Nizen about." It was Sasuke who replied, "He's going to cop shit for what we did." "What? But we were the ones who left without him even knowing. We should be the ones getting in trouble, not him." Azula called out rather loudly. Sasuke was finally coming to the realization of just how bad their decision looked to others. It doesn't matter. He is our commanding officer, and whatever we do, either good or bad, he is responsible for. Oh, I hope they go easy on him then, Azula said with a frown on her face. XXX. I heard about the little incident that you had with your students Kakashi, Hiruzen said with a look of detest on his face. That's really interesting, Kakashi replied. Not for a second did he raise his attention from the book in his hand. Heavily annoyed at the lack of respect that Kakashi was showing him, Hiruzen ordered the man to put the book away. Before the Sandaime Hokage said anything, though, Kakashi surprised the man by speaking up first. If you do anything, I will publicly announce that I didn't think my team was ready to compete in the upcoming Chunin exams. Hiruzen's look narrowed into a thin gaze. He knew how much this would affect Konoha and their reputation. When it got out that the Hokage was forcing students that a Jonin didn't think were capable of entering the exams, Konoha would lose part of their good image. This was especially telling when it came from someone as respected Kakashi Hatake. With that said, Kakashi simply shined out of the room. He was still incredibly pissed off at the Hokage considering his treatment of Minato, and more importantly Naruto, that he just didn't care if he was strong-arming his dictator, as far as Kakashi concerned. With Naruto taking a whole week to recover and the Chunin exams being in 1 week from now, Kakashi decided that there was no real point taking his team on a mission. There wouldn't be anything learnt going on a mission that was just like the last one, only without the missing ninjas. Instead, Kakashi chose to make sure that his team were at absolute peak performance before they entered the exam. Kakashi was confident that there would be at least 2 promotions to the rank of Chunin, and he was hopeful of a 3rd. If he wanted that to happen, then he had to have his students at a high quality, and Kakashi did just that. Although they would have preferred to start focusing on their individual skills, Kakashi had told them that a week wasn't enough to get any serious development. It was best that they stayed at peak performance health. XXX. As they walked through the front doors of a place where they never thought that they would enter again, Team 7 instantly saw the Jinjutsu, which the 2 gate guards had placed over the place. He didn't care if the genin around him couldn't see what was going on. Sasuke simply wanted to get through this farce and get onto the proper exam. "Let me through," Sasuke commanded as he had walked through the crowd and stared at the 2 Chunin. Said 2 Chunin stared at one another. With a knowing look, they turned back and faced Sasuke. "Yeah, let's nod and say we did haha." The ire of Sasuke was drawn when he heard this. In a split second, his 3 Tomo Sharingan was activated and spinning. Both of the 2 Chunin stared into the eyes of Sasuke and instantly fell victim to whatever Jinjutsu the lone Uchiha had concocted up. 2 seconds later, and both of the Chunin fell down to the ground, clutching their heads. All of the Genin, including Rock Lee, who was previously considering fighting the Uchiha now, had second thoughts. They saw the power of the Sharingan and did not want to mess with it. Sasuke by this time had already deactivated his Sharingan and stepped over the 2 unresponsive bodies. Naruto had joined up with him immediately. Azula, meanwhile, made sure to check if the bodies of the 2 Chunin were all right before joining up with her team. She had to admit it did look really cool watching Sasuke show his skill in Jinjutsu like that. As Team 7 walked into the room, Azula's confidence took a small hit when she realized just how many people were actually attempting to this exam. One look in the direction of Naruto and Sasuke was enough to reassure the young girl, because she had complete confidence in their abilities. It was then that the trio of ninjas found themselves next to people that they hadn't seen since the academy. "Sasuke-kun, I haven't seen you in ages," Ino called out as she literally jumped at the chance to be closer with the love of her life. What Ino Yamanaka did not expect at all, though, was for Sasuke to immediately use the substitution jutsu. She didn't expect who she jumped on, but she wasn't exactly complaining, as there were far worse people she could be pressing her breasts into. "So how is it going, bestie?" Ino commented with the utmost of confidence as she rubbed her cheek up against Azula-chan's. Ino-chan, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Despite what she had said, there was a smile on Azula's face. Come on, you know you love me, Ino confidently said with a big smile on her face. Azula sighed. She knew if she said what she thought that it would make the ego of the blonde-haired girl inflate to even larger proportions. I suppose you're right, Azula said as she bumped the Yamanaka girl off of her back. Turning around quickly, she engaged in a hug which caught Ino off guard for a second, but she quickly returned it. We did a lot of training. We won't lose to you guys, a new voice said as he entered the conversation. Said voice belonged to none other than Kiba Inuzuka. You seem confident, Naruto said, stating the obvious. The way how he said it, though, reeked of condescension. Shut up dead last. You're just lucky you're getting carried by Azula-chan and Sasuke. Kiba immediately replied, a little jealous at the fact that Naruto, the worst shinobi of their graduating class, managed to get on the team with the best and second best. Azula was going to defend her teammate and say how he was even better than herself, but then she felt someone grab a hold of her wrist. Turning around, she saw Naruto shake his head. It's no point. Let him what he wants to think. He'll just be more surprised when he sees the real me. Ah, I bet you're just scared, Kiba boasted with a confident smirk on his face. Having had enough, Sasuke stood up for his friend. He honestly didn't see why Naruto was doing what he was doing. It wasn't as if it would do anything. Keep thinking that, Sasuke said. The fact that Uchiha even bothered to speak up was enough to quieten the Inuzuka. It was then that there was yet another person who entered themselves in the conversation. This time around, nobody knew who was judging by the looks on the faces, and Shikamaru, Shino, Naruto, and Sasuke all got on alert. They wondered why this person was so interested in joining their group when he was more than a few years older than them. It sounded incredibly fishy when he offered to give away his hard-earned information about all of the competitors to the Konoha 9 all for free. This was an action that definitely sent alarm bells in the previously aforementioned Genin's minds. For Kiba, seeing that the man had a Konoha headband on his forehead, he didn't see anything wrong this Kabuto fellow and happily took advantage of the services that he was offering. I want you to give me the information on Naruto Uzumaki, Kiba proudly announced. Everyone in the group had a frown on their face. Whilst it was fair for Kiba to ask such a question, everyone there, including even Kabuto, thought it was a dick move. Said silver-haired man wasn't one to deny a child's request, so he promptly gave out all of the information he had on Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto-kun has completed 16 D-ranked missions and no C-ranked missions. Before Kabuto could continue from where he left off, Kiba interrupted him. Huh, I knew it. We've completed 2 C-ranked missions. I bet your sensei doesn't think you're good enough to go on a C-ranked mission. Naruto, who still had his hand around the forearm of Azula, instantly tightened it when he heard this. He knew she was just waiting to pounce and smack that smug smirk off of Kiba's face. His sensei is Kakashi Hitaki, so it's easy to assume that he has above-average ninjutsu capabilities. It was then that the special pieces of paper which had the information on the skill set of Naruto Uzumaki got swallowed up into the ground beneath them. That's enough, Naruto said with force, as he was thankful that the building he was standing in was made by a very proficient Doton user. These are mine now. You're more than welcome to attempt to take them from me, Naruto stated with a strong look on his face, daring anyone to take the bait. Sasuke noticed the slightest of changes in the facial expression of Kabuto to know that there was more to those ninja info cards than what Kabuto had initially told them about. Judging by the spike in chakra coming from the man, when he got angry, Sasuke and his basic sensory abilities could tell that this Kabuto person was no mere genin. From what he could tell, the man had chakra levels far higher than the average Chunin had. He was right to think that there was something fishy about the silver-haired man. No ninja would take the genin exam for an 8th time. They would either pass earlier or give up after realizing that it was fruitless for them to try again. Before anything else could happen, there were 3 ninja from the village hidden in the sound that overheard the new topic that Kabuto had started up. Said three individuals happened to be extremely offended by the fact that Kabuto had denounced any chances that they had of completing the exam and decided to make a statement, with Kabuto being that statement. 5 of the genin that made up the Konoha 9 noticed how the hit never even got close, and yet Kabuto almost started spewing his guts up. It was then explained to the others that there was some kind of sound that affected Kabuto's ears really badly. Before anything else could happen, Naruto noticed a new face in the room. Said face belonged to one of the most feared shinobi that Konoha had to offer. That man was none other than Ibiki Marino. "Stop it immediately. If you do anything stupid like that again, I will immediately disqualify you and your team from the exams before they even start," Ibiki commanded to the room full of Chunin hopeful ninjas. The second that this was said to all of the ninjas, they got into position in their seats and hoped that they wouldn't do anything that would get them in trouble. When they found out that they would be doing a written exam, many of the students, including Kiba, groaned at this. Naruto wasn't one of them, however. Considering all the time he put into faking his grades, he now finally had a chance to showcase just how smart he was. He finally had the chance to show people parts of who the real Naruto was. Sasuke grinned at this. Whilst he was confident in the fact that he could answer most of the questions, Sasuke knew that Azula was smart enough to at least get one of the 10 right so that they could pass. Meanwhile, as all of this was happening, Kabuto Yakushi was absolutely furious with himself for his lack of concentration. Allowing Naruto to gain control over his ninja info cards was a massive mistake. Whilst he had said that his ninja info cards were only able to be accessed by himself, it was that far of a stretch of the imagination for Kabuto to think that in the right hands, they could be decoded. Now, normally, the silver-haired man who was a genin in disguise would have not cared one bit if it was only the information on participating genin that was stored on those cards. It wasn't, though. All of the plans that Kabuto had on the proposed branding of Sasuke Uchiha with the cursed seal and the following invasion of Konoha was on all of those cards. That information could not fall into the wrong hands at all, as it would be disastrous for the long-term plans of Orochimaru and subsequently Kabuto. Now, normally, he would have simply taken them back with the accidental death of Naruto Uzumaki happening in the process. Unfortunately for him, with so many people around, Kabuto would not have a chance to do so and keep his position as a traitor to Konohagakure intact. Thankfully for him, there was the second round coming up very shortly, in which he could make an accident happen and retrieve his cards back before anything bad happened. Speaking of said second exam, it was at this time that Anko Mitarashi careened through the window, smashing it into tiny pieces as she held up a sign. XXX. With their plan for navigating the forest all sorted out, Team 7 made their way through the opening gates and didn't waste a second in heading out. The trio of ninjas had decided that they weren't in a rush at all to make it to the middle of the forest which housed the tower. Although they hadn't been on any official missions that were either C rank or higher, the 3 ninjas were confident in that they could overcome anything that was thrown at them. They had fought against Chunin level ninjas and had come out on top, so going up against Genin didn't scare them one bit. 5 minutes into the 5-day trip, and Naruto stated to the 2 that he needed to go to the toilet. Naruto was happy that he wasn't on a team with either Ino or Kiba, as they would not shut up about him needing to go to the toilet. Being the gentleman that he was, Naruto jumped a few trees over so that neither Sasuke nor Azula had to hear, or even worse, see him going to the toilet. When he got to a spot where he felt that it was appropriate, Naruto found a small puddle. Pulling down the elastic in his pants, Naruto did the deed and started emptying the contents of penis onto the puddle slightly in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto spotted someone attempting to attack him from a blind spot. In comparison to the previous ninjas he had fought, it was a step down, and Naruto was able to dodge the incoming attack. Instead of doing a jutsu in retaliation, Naruto did the most important thing he could think of. He put his willy back in his pants. Now that his future children were tucked away safe, Naruto then started going through hand seals. Before he could finish them though, Naruto was again attacked by yet another ninja from the Land of Rain. The blonde-haired boy evaded the high leg kick as he jumped back at a fast rate to the first ninja who had attacked him. Had it not been for the fact that there wasn't as much of an abundance of water as compared to the ground in which his Doton jutsus were based on, Naruto had to go through the motion of hand seals with both hands. Suiton, Misurapa no Jutsu. Water release, water trumpet jutsu. Naruto called out, gathering the water from the puddle nearby. He was very glad that Sasuke's family had copied this jutsu in a skirmish against the royal family of Iwagakure. It was an incredibly good jutsu for his skill level as far as Naruto was concerned. By the time that everything was all set in motion, Naruto had managed to get inside the guard of the first Amigakure ninja who attacked him and released the jutsu at point-blank range. The force that collided with the man was enough to send him flying back and smash through one tree and into another. From the way his back hit the bark and his neck fell down, it was safe to say that the man was in a bad state. Seeing his friend take such damage made the second Amigakure ninja rage. If there was one thing that he didn't like seeing, it was the sight of his comrades in pain. He took it personal, as he wasn't strong enough to protect his friends. He charged. Seeing the man charge at him, Naruto grinned. This man simply wasn't as fast as him, and that meant a whole host of things in the shinobi world. As the shinobi was charging at him again, Naruto started going through yet another set of hand seals. Instead of something happening in the surrounding nature like before, Naruto's hands were coated in a bluish-green color of chakra. For what was a surprise for the Amigakure genin, Naruto started charging at him also. Whilst he saw the chakra coming off of Naruto's hands, the man was completely confident in his abilities to beat the kid in front of him. He did not expect for Naruto to dodge his attack and run both of his hands on both his quadriceps and hamstring muscles in his right leg respectively. He didn't know how just running your hands over someone's clothes could do damage, but the second that Naruto took his hands off, the man screamed out in pain as he fell to the ground. Since Naruto didn't have as great a control over the chakra scalpel technique as he would have liked, it meant that he wasn't as capable of causing damage to precise areas on the body like veins and arteries. Instead, Naruto had to resort to using the jutsu on the larger muscle groups and severing their connection to the bone. Whilst this wasn't fatal, it caused a severe amount of pain, and the ninja cried out in pain yet again when he tried to put the slightest amount of weight on his leg. Naruto deactivated the jutsu because he knew that this fight was over. Unless this enemy in front of him was a ridiculously skilled medical ninja, the injury he suffered was so severe that he could not move his right leg at all. That was fine when he dodged the first attack of Naruto, which was a straightforward punch. His choice in dodging was to jump away from the scene of the crime and throw a kunai. Unfortunately for him, he was so used to putting all of his weight on his right leg, as it was his dominant one, that he did the action once more. Considering the injury he suffered from, he fell down to the ground immediately in a crouching position with his head over the bung leg. As he continued to apply the pressure, Naruto picked out a kunai from his pocket and jammed it hard into the base of the Amigakure ninja's neck. His spinal cord was severed, and the kunai went so far down that it even pierced through the man's Adam's apple. He was dead on impact. During this, Naruto steeled his resolve. Whilst he knew that killing was something that ninjas had to do, he didn't have something like what happened to Sasuke, where he had no problems killing someone. With having done this one, though, it was slightly easier compared to the one he did on his previous mission. Naruto knew that over time, and as the number grew higher, it would become slightly easier. Activating the scalpels once more, Naruto walked over to the ninja who he had incapacitated earlier and lifted up his head. There was a bead of sweat which went down the side of the face of Naruto as he concentrated intently on what he was about to do next. Naruto ran his right hand over the jugular vein of his enemy. Judging from the inflammation of the skin and the immediate redness that came up, Naruto knew that he had done his job properly. It was at this point in time that Naruto realized he had forgotten about his team. Naruto quickly dashed back from where he once came to see what was going on with Azula and Sasuke. When he got there, he found that there was a ninja from Low and behold Amage Cure lying face down on the ground. In comparison to the previous kill he had just came from, this one was rather brutal. To put it into perspective, the guy's left arm had been cut off completely by what looked like a really bad blade. Naruto guessed that this was from a rather powerful futon jutsu, and the only person who could perform that was Azula, although she didn't have complete control over her element. Sasuke, meanwhile, was standing around awkwardly. He had no idea what to say in this situation, as Azula was in a weird state as far as he was concerned. Naruto sighed. He knew that he wouldn't be much better at what he planned to do next than Sasuke, but Naruto knew that it had to be done. "Hey Sasuke, can you go and check the bodies over there for their scroll? I forgot to check them when I came back from going to the toilet." Sasuke nodded immediately as he recognized what his best friend was planning on doing. Naruto walked over to Azula, who was sitting down at a tree, staring at her hands. He broke that stare by grabbing a hold of one of the girl's hands. "You know that no one likes doing it, but we all have to at one point," Naruto said as he looked down at the hand he was holding. But what if I don't want to do it ever?" Azula called out as she had tears in her eyes. "Because if you don't do it, then you will force someone else to do it more often to cover for you. I know that it doesn't make things any better, but just think of why you do it. What is the reasoning that's stopping you from becoming a senseless killer?" Those words resonated within the girl. She turned her head and stared directly at her brother, even though she didn't know it. "What's your reason, Naruto?" Azula questioned, to which Naruto looked away. "I don't know honestly, and that's what scares me," the Uzumaki said as he stared at the ground below. It was then that Azula had an epiphany. "I know. Let's do it for each other and Sasuke, to make sure that we're not alone and we're all going through this together as a team," Azula said with a big grin on her face. It seemed as if her spirits did a complete 180 as she got up off from her previous position with a determined look on her face. "We're too good for something like that to be getting us down. We won't be senseless killers. We will be ninjas who go above and beyond their duty to protect and look after what they care about." Naruto stared up at the girl in awe. He had never been in a situation where things were going good and then they went bad. All his life, it had been about working up from the bottom. The thing that impressed Naruto the most was how quickly the girl, who he called his teammate, managed to bounce back up so fast from adversity. They had another heaven scroll. Sasuke casually said as he walked back into the clearing that they were situated in. "All right then, let's get going. We have to find another team with a scroll," Azula said as she took command of the team. Both of the boys nodded when they heard this and got back down to business. 2 minutes later, as they headed into the forest, Team 7 were hit by a massive gust of wind that intercepted their path. Unfortunately for Azula, she was in the middle of the air, so she had no way of running chakra through to the ground to stabilize herself. This left Naruto and Sasuke to stare down at a Kusagakure ninja. "You want my Earth Scroll, right?" the newcomer said as she held out the scroll. Naruto and Sasuke were more than smart enough to not go straight the scroll, which was in full view. When someone did this, they were either so far above your perceived skill level, or they had a trap set for you. This, in combination with the fact that Azula wasn't around, meant that Sasuke and Naruto had to play it safe. There was that, and there was also the fact that the two boys both felt uneasy given the vibes that were coming off of their opponent. As a test, the ninja from Kusagakure launched multiple shuriken in the direction of Naruto. The second they left his hand, the ninja unleashed a massive amount of killing intent right in the direction of both of the boys. He could see from the way their bodies locked up that the killing intent affected them, but much to his surprise, both Naruto and Sasuke managed to almost instantly shake off the killing intent, and Naruto jumped out of the way, landing on a nearby tree. "Yes, I can see why Danzo is so interested in you," the disguised Orochimaru said. If he wasn't so interested in the Sharingan of Sasuke Uchiha, he might have considered implanting the cursed seal on Naruto himself. The kid was very talented for his age, considering the fact that none of the ninjas in his village barring Kimimaro would have put up as a good a fight against killing intent as what Naruto had just done. It was then that there was a snake which appeared out of nowhere and launched itself at the Uchiha amongst them. Sasuke barely saw it, but successfully managed to get out of the way of the attack. As he flew through the air, Sasuke threw multiple kunai and shuriken at the snake. Immediately, as the metal connected with the snake, it started falling down to the ground and collided with a loud thump. What surprised the two genin was the fact that the Kusagakure ninja came out of the snake. There was the thought that this was a snake that lived in the forest, but that thought was now gone far from their minds. You shouldn't relax for even a second. When you face a predator, you should always try your best to run away. The second that Orochimaru finished saying this, he channeled chakra into his snake-like body and sped through the forest. Sasuke activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan the millisecond he saw movement from his enemy. Having all 3 Tomos activated thanks to intense training from Naruto definitely helped a great deal. The raven-haired Uchiha barely managed to dodge the attack that had been sent his way. Originally, Orochimaru had planned to continue the offensive attack, but before he could do that, Naruto Uzumaki pushed him on the defensive. Doton Dori Yuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Naruto called out as he unleashed one of his more powerful jutsus at the female ninja, who by all accounts neither Naruto nor Sasuke think was genin grade. Orochimaru was surprised that this kid that Danzo had paid for him to kill used one of the jutsus that his former sensei loved so much. It was such a shame that he had only prepared enough serums of the curse eel that he could apply it only once to Sasuke. Sasuke himself was not one to be outdone, and he unleashed a potent right unjutsu at Orochimaru with only one hand. Oh, one-handed ninjutsu, you're just as skilled as your brother Sasuke-kun. Sasuke froze when he heard this. There was a second where his eyes widened to large proportions. There was a reason why his brother was a taboo topic. Nobody had said anything about Itachi unless he brought it up, and even then the only person who he had talked about that subject to was Naruto. To hear this man say the murderer of his clan's name so casually, it infuriated Sasuke. The Tomos in his Sharingan started spinning rapidly as the boy's anger was at an all-time high. Yes, show me that power, show me the strength of the Sharingan, little Itachi. Orochimaru said with a sinister grin on his face. What made this scenario even creepier for Sasuke was the way that the man licked his lips while staring directly at him. He felt like a piece of meat in this person's eyes, and he did not like that look one bit. Going through hand seals, Sasuke launched the trademark jutsu of his clan right in the direction of the enemy. Knowing that he could tank the jutsu head-on, Orochimaru decided against it. He wanted to play with these kids a little bit more before he gave Sasuke-kun the seal and killed the Naruto kid. As this was going through the mind of Orochimaru, the Sannin forgot about the blonde-haired boy as when he jumped to the right to dodge the attack. Naruto was waiting right there for him with the same jutsu he had previously used to knock one of the Amage Cure ninjas into a tree. Azula, come out now, Naruto called out in a near panic tone of voice. The second that he said this, not only did Azula appear by his side after having just killed off by a giant snake, but Sasuke also joined them from having fallen back down to the ground. We have to get out of here as soon and as quick as possible. This man that we're fighting is none other than Orochimaru of the Sannin. No one else can summon snakes to do his bidding and move like a snake himself. Azula immediately piped up. I got swallowed by a massive snake, but I created heaps of clones so that it blew up. So how are we going to make our escape? It's not as if we can just run. I mean, that's Orochimaru. He will just catch up to us. Both Sasuke and Naruto took this information in stride as they had even more evidence as to who it was they were up against. Whilst they would have loved to go up against one of the very best shinobis of a previous generation, they both knew that Orochimaru had nothing to gain from obtaining their scroll. This meant that he was after something else, and given his track record, it meant that whatever it wasn't something that they wanted to be a part of. I know, Sasuke hurriedly exclaimed as out of the corner of his eye, Sasuke saw Orochimaru charging at the three of them. The raven-haired Uchiha hurriedly told his plan to his two teammates, and they nodded at their respective roles. When there were a few meters difference between the trio of Genin Shinobi and the famed Orochimaru, Azula Namikaze used her trademark jutsu and created an abundance of shadow clones. In conjunction with this, there was a massive cloud of smoke that could be seen from a kilometer away if you stood on a tall tree. Knowing that this was some kind of escape tactic, the Snake Sannin suddenly went serious as he casted a powerful wind-based ninjutsu which quickly dissipated the smoke. What he was left looking at were about 100 shadow clones of Azula's. Now this wasn't something that Orochimaru minded, as he could and would easily weed out the real one. The problem, however, happened to be the fact that there were also hundreds of Narutos and Sasukes as far as he could tell. Furious beyond all belief as he knew what was going to happen, Orochimaru charged ahead on unleashing all of his killer intent, hoping to spot the real trio out of all of the fakes. Sadly, that wasn't to be, as there were just too many ninjas that he couldn't tell the difference. By the time he had gotten to the center of the formation, all of the clones, including the real Naruto, Sasuke, and Azula, had long left the scene of the crime. Fuck! Orochimaru screamed to high heavens as his precious Sharingan had evaded his grasp yet again. Now, Orochimaru wasn't normally one to utter even the smallest of curse words, but it was safe to say that now was a rather acceptable time for him to do so. The Snake Sannin would have been even more furious with himself had he known that Naruto also had on his personage the plans for the upcoming invasion of Konoha. XXX. None of the members of Team 7 were any the wiser to the internal thoughts going on inside the mind of Orochimaru, but they didn't care one bit. They still had an exam to complete on top of the fact that they were running away from a S-rank shinobi who had plans that they didn't want to be a part of. As they raced through the forest, Naruto paused for a second as he landed on the ground, with both hands landing first. It only took him 2 seconds, but Naruto had used his sensory skills over the earth element to not only find out that Orochimaru wasn't chasing them, but also that they were heading directly for the safe house in the middle. What made this even better was the fact that there also happened to be a team up ahead. This was something that he instantly let his teammates know about. Knowing the plan that they had gone over before when they came up against the team, Naruto went in first thanks to his ability to use the hiding like a mole jutsu to the point where he could still sense what was going on above him. Naruto went in first with Sasuke and Azula close behind in hiding spots. The ninja from the Land of Wind didn't even see it coming as Naruto popped up out of the ground, and with a single slice of Haikanai, Naruto hit a point on the woman's neck where the hit was instantly fatal. The dull thud of her body hitting the ground was enough to garner the attention of her 2 male teammates, and as they charged at Naruto, Sasuke and Azula took this as their cue. Sasuke raced along the ground at his fastest speed, which was something that none of the Genin could follow, and right before he got his arm's reach of the enemy, he used a jutsu which created a fair amount of noise. This caused one of the two to turn around, and it was all Sasuke needed to use his jutsu, right on Kuchibashi no Piasa Jutsu, lightning release, piercing beak jutsu. Sasuke called out as his most powerful jutsu connected with the chest of the Sunagakure ninja. Sasuke's hand went straight through the man's ribcage and managed to create a hole in the shinobi's heart. Before Sasuke could pull his hand out of the body, it was already dead. The suddenness of death was also comparable to the way that Azula had chosen to end the fight. She instead had chosen to throw multiple shurikens straight at the man who was chasing after Naruto. It also helped that she had quickly followed up with using a wind-based ninjutsu to enhance the potency and speed in which the shuriken flew at. 2 of them hit the abdomen, 3 in the leg, and 1 in particular hit the neck right in the jugular vein. Like the strike of Naruto, this was instant death. Naruto, Sasuke, and Azula didn't have time to wait, though, as they rushed over to the fallen ninjas' bodies and searched for the scroll. Yada! Azula called out with enthusiasm. There in her hand was an earth scroll. Good. Now let's go to the tower. Sasuke said, leaving no time at all for Orochimaru to figure out what they had done. Most would think that a Genin would go straight for the tower. Orochimaru was different in that he thought Sasuke would lead the team in a different direction because the mainstream choice was to go straight to the tower. Sasuke, however, had thought that Orochimaru would have guessed this and played a double bluff. Their team was one of the 9 people that went straight for the Snake Sannin, who was too busy focusing on destroying all of the other clones.